Well, hello. I haven't live streamed from home in a while. How's everybody doing? So normally I go to Austin on Friday nights, but to live stream. If you guys have been watching the news, it's been raining constantly here for a couple days. Um, oh, that's me. I got a notification. It's from me to my other account. That's hilarious. So, I hope everybody can join us tonight. Everybody might have things they're doing. I'm sorry, I have to take some meds that I forgot. I'm hours overdue for. So this is a new setup for me. We just put together today. And I hope the only thing I'm worried about is the lighting. Because the only other light I have, there she is. There's Scooter Mom. Hello. So we're in the dining room. We'll see how this goes. Oh, it's comfy. The lighting is an issue. If you feel like it. Because all I have is the kitchen light over there. I have my ring light right here, which I'm trying to keep out of my glasses. Or the dining room light, which is right above me. And I think that's too much light. So we'll figure it out. I think it's a little dark, but it's usually dark wherever I'm at in this house because I don't have normal lighting. That's why I want to get set up in the craft room so I can have one place. But this is actually pretty comfortable. I'm going to hang up some things on here with tape for when I start learning Korean. I'm doing that on something else. Hey, Erin, how are you? Yeah, I haven't done this from home in a while. So this is interesting. Trying to figure out lighting and stuff in this weird. I'm in the dining room. So, but I got my, so my office chair was in, I asked my husband to move my office chair from the craft room, which is the other end of the house. I had planned on helping him. This is an old army office chair. It weighs a ton. And he said he almost took it apart to move it. He moved it by himself when he got home. I said, I was going to help you do that. This thing is heavy but comfortable. One of those things the army was getting rid of. But I like it. Oh, there's Scooter Mom. Hello.
Hi.
Ooh, snazzy background. I like it. Yeah, I just got, what is this? I don't know what you'd even call it. Some sort of wood. I don't know. But
It looks like wicker to me.
yeah, maybe something like that. Somebody gave it to me. It's been really nice. My sliding glass doors right there. So my dogs are freaking out over the fireworks. My big one wouldn't even go out and go to the bathroom. Come here. Come on. And this
Aw.
one stop pacing. There we go. Say hi. You can't stay up here too long. My lap's not that big. Yeah. You feel better now? You need a bath, you think? Yes, I do too. Okay, well, get down here and
Oh.
sit on my lap. There we go. So how you been, Aaron? So there was no. Hey,
Hi,
Doug.
Doug.
What's up? Yeah, it has been raining for 2 straight days, and I just turned on YouTube about 5 o'clock or so, and we've had flash flooding down south of here. Um, I don't know if you guys have seen it. Our Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in 45 minutes. They had a
Wow.
flash flood, and the Guadalupe is a big tourist area, and it's nothing but campgrounds all along it. You go tubing down it and stuff. There's a girls' camp. They're missing kids. A lot of RVs and things got washed away because they just didn't have enough notice. And they found people in trees. It's bad down there. It's bad. Luckily, where I live, it doesn't usually flood too bad. But I'm on a bit of a slope here. But so that's going down, and that's about, if I'd have gone to Austin, it's southeast, a little bit southeast of Austin. So yeah, they said it was the second highest since like 1987 or something like that. But they showed a picture of it, a video of it. I was like, oh my gosh, because I've been down there before on the Guadalupe.
Doug.
Oh, yeah. That would be the only bright side to that. Oh my goodness.
Kim, did you happen to lurk in Aaron's chat this evening?
I did not. What happened there?
Dusty recruited me to mod.
Oh, really? For Dusty or Aaron?
For Aaron.
Aaron, really? Cool.
Well, Dusty was at work, so he couldn't pay full attention to the chat.
Right.
And Cheryl is in California, and she was out, and so she was popping in on and off, but not really constant there. So poor Dusty was trying, but the trolls were trolling.
Because he was, when he was vertical. Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he needed.
All of a sudden, I see a comment from Dusty going up, and it's Aaron, mod Scooter. Aaron. And I'm like, okay.
For your service. I know she's been a godsend since I've been going to Austin. I think it's because where I'm at, people come in more. Because, I've not had that much trouble with trolls, but dang, the last, wow.
Well, also because you've been streaming vertical when you're out there too.
Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a lot of new eyeballs, though.
I should say thank you to you because you kind of prepared me to deal with Aaron's chat.
Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, full honors. Yeah, for sure.
Thanks,
we
Doug.
should get to give like honors to the mods or something, a little thing next to your name. Like medals for valor. You're on the firing range. Jeez.
I think that's what the wrench is supposed to be.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's been not only on the chat. I don't know if you guys have been watching me, but on the street, inebriated people are interesting.
You need a mod personally with you out there.
Oh, I know. I need a bodyguard sometimes. No,
yeah.
It hasn't been too bad, but I've gotten an attitude lately because I just happened to watch the first part of the last one just because I was about to order a mic and I wanted to see how it sounded. And I remember now what happened. Some guy went by and yelled or did something, and I was like, asshole.
Yeah.
I mean, I usually try to be better than that, but I've had it with them, with some of them.
Yeah.
Some of them are just mean,
exactly.
Just not mean, just rude. Yeah.
Rude. And the alcohol makes them think they're funny.
Probably. Yeah. But I've got a lot of people to stop and talk, so that's been really good. I've been looking. I was looking at mics today. Um, I'm gonna
Did
get
you
a mic with a hand that you can hold out like a reporter, and then a
did you get the
lapel
links
mic.
I sent you? Did you get the
Mm,
links that I sent you? The
no.
Amazon links?
Oh, I'll go check. I haven't. I didn't see them.
Yeah, they're further up from where we were chatting
Okay.
yesterday.
All right. I'll go check that out. Cause I haven't decided on it yet. What I'm gonna get. But I was looking
Mhm.
today. Cause I want to have something before next week. That because I realize, listening, you can't hear the people I'm talking to, and if I get too
Yeah.
far away, you can't hear me.
Yeah.
So, and I have mics. They will work when I test them on a record. Oh, I know. And that this is my just sliding glass door. It's a big blind, and I moved to my dining room because I
It's
needed to
not
be a little
wicker,
comfortable.
it's bamboo.
It might be bamboo. Yeah, that could be bamboo. I like it.
I was going to say, I would suggest a set of two mics because you can wear one and have the other on a handle that you control to
Mm-hmm.
talk to the other person. And then we can hear you both without you having to remember to do this,
Yeah,
you know?
I've looked at those too. They have both.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at. I'm mainly I was wanting noise canceling because of the noise going on. So I'm really
I,
looking at ones that are good with noise canceling.
I think most of them do noise canceling.
Yeah, most of them do. The one I'm looking at actually has a button for noise canceling. I don't know why you would want to turn it off, but
Yeah.
and it's magnetic, and it
Oh,
there's
yeah.
two on that, and it comes with the handheld, and you can put the mic in the holder, so it does come with two for that one. The first
Yeah.
one I looked at, I thought it was two, and it wasn't. So,
Hmm.
but yeah, I'm gonna hang some things up here too to make it a little more interesting, so it's not just brown.
No,
But yeah,
it looks nice though.
yeah, I like it. It's all right. The lighting, I think, I'm having to work that. Oh yes, I'm sure.
Oh, sure, Doug. I mean, as soon as I get off this live, I'm gonna hit the sack.
Yeah, we couldn't make it out tonight. That's the thing. That's why I'm at home. And it was weird. I was like, I hadn't done this in a little while. It was easy to move out here. We just had to move the chair. This, like I said, the only thing I was worried about was lighting, because I've got the thing about the ring light. I like it, but I have to try to keep it out of my glasses. That's
So
the
I have
issue.
a tip for you on that because I had to do the same thing. Is it last week when when it was really hot out? I think it was. So I mine is on like a flexible
Mine is.
stem. So I actually tilt it like on an angle like this.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of to the ceiling, but it's not pointed straight at me.
I tried pointing it down. That didn't work, but
No, I put it on an angle like this so the light is going like that and
I,
it lights enough. It's just behind where I have the camera. I don't have it on tonight,
mm,
but it sits right behind the camera and it lit up enough that I could be seen easily, but it wasn't reflecting on my glasses and it wasn't blinding me because I
right.
had that problem too.
Now, if I move it way over here, it's not in my glasses, but it's only on one side. I tried tilting it up. It was still in my. Yeah, mine's really flexible too. I've got it
Yeah.
connected to one of the dining room chairs right now. That seems to be all right over there. We'll just leave it over there. So Doug says that's hitting something. I know, right? I've been hitting the town enough lately. I think I needed a break.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the heavens said you're taking a break.
Yeah. Well, and I've said to the chat, I do not know how you have so much patience because I would have lost my shit on someone the first week. For sure.
Oh, daycare,
Yeah.
army, just
Mm.
I've had a lot of practice. I did enough of hitting when I was here. Me too. I used to club in my 20s. I already did all that.
I used
Uh
to club back then too, but I didn't hit anybody. I would hit the dance floor.
Yeah, me too. I love to dance. I would just
Yeah.
go to dance.
Yeah.
And we had this cool club here because it's near the military base. And so there's this strip not far from me, actually. What it is around the base used to be dry. So you can tell where the city limits is. And there's
Mhm.
this strip of all these bars.
Yeah.
And we had a place back in the 90s that had a 3-level lighted dance floor. And they were open till 4. Even they did
Mm.
stop serving drinks at 1 I can think 1:30, and we would literally dance till 4 and then go out to breakfast. And it was a lot of fun, but we only did it for a couple of months and then that was it. I didn't do it
Yeah.
that much. Okay, what I was gonna say, because you can literally walk from bar to bar to bar. They're that close together.
Yeah.
And now that turned into a country bar. Like, okay, whatever. But they come and go a lot here. But the
Yeah.
country bar stuck around for quite a while. It actually burned down and they redid it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I did. I love dance. Tom and I have dance trophies from high school, but that was 80s dance,
Nice.
not what they do now.
Yeah. Yeah,
That was,
exactly. Same here. Yep.
yeah, when it was easy.
Yeah.
So,
I used to love dancing too. And I legally, from the time I was 19 until I was 22, well, almost 22. No, I was 22. I was going out pretty much every Friday and or Saturday night.
hmm.
Yeah.
I did in high school. I thought all schools did this, but I guess not. Every Friday night after the football game, we had a dance, just a casual dance
Mhm.
every week at school. And so we did that in high school because we were ROTC. We would do the color guard for the game, and then we'd stick around the game and go to the dance. So that's where I really got into it. And then we had a club that did teen nights on Sundays. We would go there. So I got into it in high school quite a bit. I really liked it.
Yeah.
And I would, we wouldn't even get a table because it was us girls that would go. The men would come with us, but they would just sit. But if they didn't go with us, because Tom was actually that one summer, Tom was gone. And what it was is a friend of mine, her niece came to stay, a teenager. So we had a babysitter.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
the two of us had kids. No, all three of us had kids. So for like 5 weekends in a row, we went out. And then Tom came home and he went with us. And he didn't really like to dance as much as me. So I would go dance and I had one guy. At the time, I had 5 wedding rings. There's a long story behind that. But I had a band, a diamond, a band. I had an extra band. And I don't know how I had 5. I'll have to figure that. And I'm like showing this guy. This guy is like really hitting on me. And I'm like, dude, I have 5 wedding rings on. And finally, I look at Tom. I'm like, save me. And he comes up and he's like, dude, my wife, get. I'm like, thank
Hi,
you,
Eric.
Eric. How are you doing? Oh, oh, did it get canceled? Yeah, I heard that. In California, they canceled several of the 4th of July festivities.
Yeah, because of ice.
Yeah, that's sad. I know some guys have
Yeah.
no clue. It was soldiers. Soldiers are just the worst. I'm sorry. They just are. They are horn dogs. They just are. So, yeah. Because the problem is here, it's women to men 10 to 1. So they have to fight to get dates. And
Mhm.
that's why when they find a girl, they want to they get married way too fast in the army. I have a whole thing about that I talk about because I'm like, they're lonely, they're stuck in the barracks, they meet a girl, and they get paid more when they get married and they can move off post. So they get married for all the wrong reasons. That's why the divorce rate is so high. Because I've done a lot of, I saw that at the police station. So many domestic, verbal, and stuff because they're, and I looked at the ages. I always looked at the ages and they were young.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I have my opinion about that. I got married young too, but we knew each other for 4 years before we got married.
Yeah. It's a little different when you actually know each other
Mm-hmm.
for a longer period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, and I know.
I
Oh,
mean, no, I was just going to say, even my dad, when he remarried, they had known each other 5 months and they got married. And I look back at that and go, not something I would do.
are they still together? Did they stay together? I mean.
Well, no, he passed away. So,
Mm-hmm. Well, how
but
long
they
were
were
they
still
married?
married and together 4 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So you really don't know
four
if
or
that would
five.
have worked out.
No, exactly. No idea.
Yeah. My
I mean,
daughter,
I have opinions, but
my daughter gets into relationships way too fast. Always.
Mhm.
And she hasn't learned. If she's listening, she drives me crazy. She only knew this guy a few months and she's already moved in with the
Oh
kids.
boy.
And I'm like,
She gave
I
up
can't.
her place?
No, she's still paying the rent because we co-signed for that thing.
Oh.
She's still paying the rent because the lease is up in September. But and he lives with his family, so it's like him. I think his mom, maybe somebody else, her kids, his kids visit. It it's a household.
Wow. Hey,
And
Fraudy.
hey, Frotty, what's up? Yeah, I made it into MLH this morning by accident. It was an complete accident. I was on my phone playing a game and I accidentally hit notifications and MLH popped up. So I brought it up on my computer and got all involved in the conversation. Were you in there this morning or earlier today? I can't remember. I think you
Me?
popped in towards MLH today.
Mm-mm.
Okay, not today. I couldn't remember.
I
Um,
was trying very hard to actually sleep, and it
mm,
was not working out for me.
I got up. I actually slept pretty good, but I slept at the wrong time. I went to sleep at like 2 and slept till like 9, and got up and started cleaning.
Mhm.
Unusual for me. Yeah, I know you were there, Frotty. We were talking. Oh, we were shitting all over bucket shitter. I was just all in on that. Usually, I try to rein it in. Sometimes I put that out. I mentioned my bottle of champagne. Have I shown
Yeah.
that? Did I show it to you?
Yes, you have.
Oh, thank you, Doug. Thank you. Yeah, I I need to watch more because I don't know everything that's going on. I'm just not. I don't
Well,
watch as much as I used to.
that's the place to find out.
Oh, I did. I got a lot of information today. I was asking questions.
Yeah.
So, oh, Pup Groomer's live too. Small town 4th of July. Oh, yeah. Because they have a really great fireworks on the base. He's going scorched earth on damn near everyone right now. Yeah, he's spiraling. I've seen this. I've told you guys I've had toxic friends.
Hmm.
And he's spiraling. He's stuck here, number one. He can't run. And so he's spiraling. He knows he's done. He's not in control anymore. And he's like a scared dog, I guess. They just start, you know, biting at everybody, I
Yep.
guess is the best way to put it. Yeah, it was. It was fun. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Some of it gets a little gross, though, Doug. It was a little gross. I could do without some of the graphics they show for
Yeah.
swat.
Me too.
So that, other than that, I was like, we were talking about. We were like, I found out, I assumed the bucket was a real thing, but I asked. I'm like, I've had an RV, and I know cheap it is to replace a black water tank. And then we were like, and you can get a composting toilet for 200. And I said, well, actually, you can get a camping toilet for a tent that's $80 and flushes, and a chemical toilet. And he's gotten so much money recently, he could go buy one. Ew.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I said that today, Friday, because I had a home daycare. And so I dealt with toddlers. And what it was is toddlers don't care what kind of attention they get, even if it's bad. And so they act out. And the way that I handled it is I ignored them. I got to be known as the person that can handle the hard children.
Yeah.
I had a school teacher bring me her 2-year-old and said he throws tantrums. He threw one tantrum for me, and that was it. All I do is ignore him. I don't give him the attention. It's not something that I won't take credit for that. I was actually seeing a psychologist when my son decided to have terrible fours. And he said, are you giving him attention? I said, yeah, but he's getting in trouble. He goes, it doesn't matter. So the next 2 fits he threw, I ignored him and he quit. So I learned before I opened my daycare from a psychologist how to handle that. And it stood me in good stead with my daycare. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Doug.
Yeah. The thing is, the way you're not letting him get under your skin, and that's what he wants. What you're doing is making fun of him, and I don't think that's such a bad thing. I mean, if he's gonna be there causing us issues, we might as well make fun of it. I think that's okay.
Yeah.
Because I know he can't stand it. So
I swear I want to throw something at the monitor when he starts talking about, they want to eat my cat, my
what was
family
that
cat.
about? I don't know what, because I'm not up on all the info. What is this about the cat? Who wants to eat his
This
cat?
is, he's been telling this story since way before he got to LA. It started, I think, Frotty can correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you, Frotty. It was something someone said to him over 3 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
And it's
Well,
his
that's just
mother's
like the
cat.
knife. He just grabs onto stupid stuff, like the knife at the protest, the plastic
Yeah.
knife.
Yep.
I saw that. I was like, what a jerk.
Yeah. Hi, Anna.
He is the only one I feel like he deserves anything. He does. Hey, Anna.
Yep.
Oh, Anna, I saw Anna today. We were just rehashing what we're talking about today. That's the thing. I don't wish prison on anyone or jail.
Mhm.
I just want
Mhm.
it gone. I don't care how, but I have
Mhm.
watched some of the stuff from his previous protests and the people he previously has done dirty, you
Mm-hmm.
know, the other groups that hate him too. I
Yep.
saw where he went to DC last Christmas, ran up, and they were all hating on him. I'm like, so he does. This is his thing,
Mm-hmm.
and he can't get into the new stuff, the protests, because of the fact that he was in DC with the MAGA people. If he tries to go to the anti-ICE and anti-Trump, he gets called out. Streets will call him out, and the word will get around.
Yep.
He tried, and he couldn't handle it anyway. So there's
Streets
nothing
did
he can.
call him out.
Yeah, he did. I know. I saw that too.
Mm-hmm.
And um, so after this, if he doesn't go to jail, he's got nowhere to go. There's no
Yeah.
other big movements going on that he can attach himself to. So I don't know what
Oh,
he's
but
going to
he'll
do.
try.
I know
He
he'll
will
try.
try. Yep.
The reason he keeps saying it is because he used that during his RO case in Indiana, and the judge didn't grant it against him partially because of that. The cat? What? Why didn't
Yeah.
he?
Because they were threatening to eat his family cat.
Like that was serious.
Mm.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm. He takes
Oh
anything and then he
yeah, I
just
know.
spins it and builds it up.
And that's the
Yes.
thing. We were talking a lot today in the show about how he goes after women.
Mm-hmm.
And the men that he attaches to are weak, usually, I guess, who he befriends, because he can't stand anybody that's strong or stronger than him. So he goes after women, and I mean, it's just typical. I mean, I've seen this stuff before. I think we all probably have at some point, you know. But the guy's insane. I'm sorry. He just is. Hey, honey, how are you?
Hi,
Our
Tom.
dogs will not go outside and go to the bathroom because of the fireworks. Daisy looked like I was telling her to go walk on lava. So she's the biggest baby, and she's the biggest one. But yeah, that I mean, I'm glad at this point he has done so much that there's no question as his motives, his personality, who he is. And anybody at this point that is supporting him either hasn't done their research or doesn't care.
Mm-hmm.
And they deserve whatever they get. And I was really, they were showing today, I guess yesterday, Laura and Nora were on, and he came in the chat, and they tore him a new one. They
Well,
showed a
Nora did.
clip. Nora did. Yeah. The thing
Nora
about
did.
Laura is I feel for her in a lot of ways. She's a messed up individual. She was messed up before she met him. She was messed up she's been messed up for a long time. And he took advantage of it. So yeah, he's purposely. The thing is, I had to deal with this years ago in the 90s. I had a person two people. My sister was one of them who I don't speak with. You
Yeah.
kill yourself trying to understand why those kind of people do what they do, and that's the problem. They're not normal. They don't think like us, and you're just going to beat yourself against the wall trying to figure them out. You just have to accept the fact that they're not normal, they're crazy, and they're not going to do normal things. They're not going to do things like we would.
Yep.
And I saw that in that guy early on. But I didn't, a lot of us, I was a new channel. I was new into this. I didn't know all the facts. So we all did that. A lot of people did. We kept it to ourselves because I didn't know enough to say anything. And I got a lot of
Mm-hmm.
things wrong. I believe what this person said, And eventually we've figured out, luckily, I think most of us adults in the room knew the people we wanted to be, to watch and stuff. It wasn't them. And so I'm glad that and eventually we got all the facts, because that's the thing I've learned over my lifetime is those kind of people eventually show their true colors. They can manipulate for a while. They can get people fighting for a while. I've seen this in my own group of friends. And, but once people start talking and getting their story straight and realizing that these people are doing this, then they lose control. And it usually takes about a little less than a year. And that's about how long it took for him to finally lose everything. It's been right about a year now. No, it's been over a year, actually.
I think that his last straw was Laura breaking up with him.
Yeah,
that was
his
he
last
was holding on to
bit of
that.
control.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That Laura mentally abused him, or just some woman?
No, Laura.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe that for a minute. Not as loud and no, that's not gonna work. Did he really, Eric? He's gonna go after everybody. He doesn't care.
Yeah. And what was he doing in Antics Live?
Probably just looking for new victims.
Yeah. Of course he took it down, Friday. Jeez. Ugh.
Yeah, he won't. He won't shut up and watch. Well, he would if he didn't have to stay. I think I've seen this before, where when they know they don't have control anymore, they're gone. The girl that was in my life, when she realized she'd lost control, she was gone in 24 hours, left the state. I think he would have been gone if he didn't have that ankle monitor in court. Yep. That would be him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, Tom.
Yeah, my dad was an alcoholic too, and I'm the opposite of an addictive personality. I mean,
And
I haven't even. Go ahead.
no, I was just going to say my biological mother apparently had some substance abuse issues, and I'm a control freak.
Me too.
It's very rare. I do not like to be high. I don't like to be drunk because I don't have full control then.
Mm-hmm.
But at least I can admit it.
Yeah, I know I'm a control freak, and I'm probably the same way too. The only time I've ever allowed myself to drink a lot is with Tom. Tom's always there with me, so I know, he's there. And when
He's
we would, go ahead.
no, go ahead. Finish what
Oh,
you
I
were
was just
saying.
going to say. Oh, I forget what. Oh, when we would go out, only one of us would. We were always responsible. One of us drank, one drove. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's next.
Scott is just so threatened by any man who Laura is talking with. I think that's one reason why he keeps going after Rib Guy, because he seriously thinks there is a chance that something is going to happen between the two of them. And I doubt it, but I'm not, I'm neither one of those people, so I couldn't speak for either of them. But he just gets so upset when any straight male has any attention from Laura. He flips his shit.
Jealous. He's
Yeah.
jealous. He probably doesn't want her anymore, but he wants control.
I think he probably still does want her, honestly.
Maybe. But part of that was he could control her because she's a mess.
Mm.
And I mean, the fact that they would break up and get back together, oh, good.
Yeah, Friday.
I'm glad, Anna. I'm glad of that. Yeah, he's named everybody so far. I'm surprised he hasn't got to me yet. I think I'm just too small out of the way.
And you're not very close to Laura. Hi, Jay.
Hi. But I'm just glad that we all know, and hopefully at some point he's going to be done. Who is calling me at this hour? It must be the hubster.
Oh, it's got to be your daughter.
Or her, yeah.
Tom knows you're on live.
That's true. No, it is the daughter. I'm live.
Called it.
Aw. We'll film it and send it to me. Okay, bye. She wanted me to show me the fireworks they're watching.
Actually, and the other thing that I noticed about him that is just so childish. It's not even high school, it's elementary school. They're not being nice to me, so you can't be their friend. You can't go in their chat. What are you doing going in their chat?
Yep. He's a toddler.
Or
it's not even elementary.
Why are these people letting Rib Guy be in their chat? Don't they know he's still Osa? Don't they know he attacked Laura? Please, he stood there with his hands on the doors, and when she told him she didn't like that, he put his arms down. He leaned in because he couldn't hear her at first, and then as soon as he realized what it was she was saying, he put his hands down and he backed up. Like, that's not an attack.
Yeah, I didn't know what the deal was on that, but I heard everybody saying that he. I knew he was wrong. And if she had a problem with it, she would have said something.
Yeah, exactly. And she did tell him that she needed him to back up, that she was already triggered, because she had already seen her father's video that Scientology put out that morning. That was what she was triggered about. And then being at Blue, which has a lot of history for her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the two things combined. Yes, Jay, I noticed. And he started up again against Club Brain Fog, who doesn't even talk about him.
He's just trying to find new victims.
Yeah.
New targets.
Or rehash the old ones.
Mm-hmm. I don't care what happens. I just want him gone.
Yeah.
I think at the bare minimum, if he doesn't go to jail, he'll be on some sort of probation and hopefully a restraining order against Scientology, which there'll be no reason for him to stay here. And he admitted he's against the anti-Scientology movement. So he's done. We're done with him now.
Yep. Hi, Anna. Or sorry, not hi, Anna, but yes, you're right, Anna. Sorry. Brain fart.
I keep forgetting.
You saw it here live.
Survivor.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that.
It's all a grift. I was teasing Rib Guy tonight in Aaron's chat. He said something, and he said something about how he's funding all kinds of stuff because that's Swati's latest song, and I said, look, Rip Guy, your money is only good with me, so send it. And Dusty goes, me too. And then
sure.
I said it later I said something along the same lines to him a little bit later. And I said, Rib guy, I'm still waiting for my money. I think he said something, time me out. I'm a bad actor or something along those lines. And I said, no, I'm still waiting for my money. And Dusty says, me too. So then Rib guy comes back with, wait, I got to pay to play. And he said something else and I can't remember what it was. Um, and and I said, yeah, costs money. You don't get no freebies. and, and then Dusty said, don't forget me, or something along those lines. And I said, Dusty, are you trying to get in on my grift?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know what he's gonna do if he can't get money through YouTube anymore. He might actually have to get a job.
He's still getting money, though. That's the thing. Whoever is left are diehards, and some of them are still sending him money.
They're just as nuts as him. They deserve to lose their money then. Mm-hmm. Because watching him now, they should be seeing him for what he is. You know, it reminds me, I've never been, oh, look. Hi, Katie. Is that Biscuit?
Yes, that's Biscuit.
Yeah, the other two are different colors.
Mischievous little boy. Come on.
Yeah.
Do you want to go back there?
You took a handful on having a part Bengal cat.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I've been asking what's going on in Portland because I haven't kept up with. Are they doing any kind of live streaming anymore, or they just quit?
I have not seen anybody go live out there. Okay. I caught some of it, Jay. Excuse you?
No, but I saw some clips on MLH, and I am going to go watch it because I want to watch Nora hand him his ass.
Okay. Yeah. I have to admit, that was really good. I was so happy to see that.
That was the last straw, I think. The last people that were supporting him are now done. So there's really nobody left. The couple I heard that he's got on his side are pretty much minimal to me. You know.
Excuse me a moment.
Okay.
You silly boy.
So.
Come on.
I don't think they care anymore either.
Yeah.
I was a fan. I was just sad when she just went off. Whether I agreed with her content or not, she just got so toxic. It wasn't fun to watch anymore.
I was a fan of hers up until her big blowout with Aaron. And I even hung in for a little bit after that.
I did too.
Waiting for her to get past that and get back to the business at hand. And then it just became, every time she streamed, it was an attack on Aaron. And I went, you know what? No.
Yeah. I hung on for a while.
Yeah.
She used to be, her channel would have grown. She was funny and informative. I learned a lot about trauma from her.
Yes.
And
a lot about Scientology.
Yeah.
She was really good at explaining the policies that they have.
But those ranting videos were getting high views. I even looked.
Yep.
And I think it went to her head a bit, and she's emotional. But I think in the long run, it didn't work.
Yeah. Well, I think she finally realized, probably through some people close to her offline, must have sat her down and said, this is not good for you. Like, you need to seriously stop. I really hope that that's what happened. Um, but I mean, she's not all the way back.
I heard she got sick. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yes, Nora,
she had
Laura.
pneumonia.
Oh, okay. And a lot of them, I mean, I don't like what they're doing, but I understand that they're messed up inside
Yeah,
because of this cult. So I don't hate on them. I'm disappointed. I won't watch, but I'm not hating on like I do Scotty.
yeah,
He's just an ass. But, they're messed up from a young age. And still, they may never be right. So
yeah,
I get kind of where some of their dysfunction comes from.
yeah. And I give her credit for getting help and sticking with it, doing the work.
Mm-hmm. She's
Um,
trying at least.
yeah, Doug, I think you could be right there. Um, I just and everybody can backslide. It's no matter what it is that you're trying to recover from,
Mm-hmm.
backsliding is unfortunately a part of the progress. But um, it just became too much to sit through
Mm-hmm.
2, 3, 4, etc. hour streams
Oh,
of
I
her
couldn't even
going
do a half
off
hour.
on and then going off on people because they didn't feel the same way about Aaron as she did. Like going after the Clearwater crew, going after Poe. If you watch the video with Liz Ferris and Lara, Aaron did not yell at them. You're right. He's just a loud person.
Well, to
Yeah.
me, he was trying to set the record straight.
Yeah.
And again, you have people from a cult that don't really understand, and nobody's perfect. I've had mental health problems. None of us are perfect. And
Yeah.
so I think they just handled things badly. And he was
Yeah.
just trying to set the record straight for the most part. And
All three of them are very capable of yelling at each other and trying to drown each other out. Laura does it constantly. Laura and Nora were doing it the other day. Um, Liz Ferris, I haven't seen her get as loud, and she
she
was
left.
obvious.
When
Yeah,
she
she
got
got
too
up and
upset,
walked
she
off,
left.
but it was also partly because Aaron called her on telling two different stories.
Mm-hmm.
And like, it's just, it, like, they all, and I think this is partly Scientology training, is if you are not getting your point across and someone isn't just snapping to what you want them to do, you yell at them.
Yeah.
And some of them are have come further along in terms of moderating that
Mm-hmm.
than others. Or some of them, it's just not as comfortable in their personalities.
Yeah.
Yeah, Friday. Today he
Yeah.
was calling, oh, yeah. You know,
I don't.
and
That's why I
and
don't watch
Friday,
it.
I think that is him lashing out because he does not like being rejected. I mean, nobody
Yeah.
likes to be rejected, but he has a really hard time handling it.
Well, it's all about control. He had
Yeah.
control of everybody, because I've seen this myself. And what they do is they tell this person that this person don't like you because of this, da, 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 da. And so they
Yeah.
don't know why this person doesn't like them. And he keeps everybody apart, and he keeps control of everybody. And then when people started talking for real and getting their
Yep.
stories straight, realizing he was lying to everybody, and we all had to learn that too, what he was
Mhm.
really like, he he is lashing out because he has lost control.
Yep.
And usually those people will run away and disappear because they've lost control, but he can't.
Mm-hmm.
Although he was still going after people in his last cult. So even if he left town because it's live, he still would probably do this crap. But we could ignore him more if he was gone.
Yeah.
But thanks, Frotty.
But unfortunately, there are still enough vocal people who are a part of this community, who are supporters of his, who make excuses for him and say, we shouldn't speak badly about him because he's going through something.
I'm sorry. Just because, because I've had mental health problems. Just because you're having a mental health problem is not a pass.
Yeah, exactly.
To a point.
Yeah.
So,
but if you are intentionally hurting other people, your mental health issues, sorry, they do not give you a pass in any way, shape, or form in my book. Because you still know what you're doing.
You still have to treat other people with some modicum of respect.
Oh, of course he did, Jay.
Yeah, of course. He thinks he's fine. Because he lives he lives in his own fantasy world. That's another thing. Because I asked my mom about my sister, I said, how can somebody lie that much? My mom called her habitual liar. There's a different term for it now.
Pathological.
But, yes, that's it. And my mom was on her deathbed when we were having this conversation. And I said, I don't understand how somebody can do that. And she goes, my mom said, they believe the lies that they're telling. They have created this fantasy world in their head and they believe it. They don't look at the world like we do.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in 1999. And it really helped me see people and deal with people and friends and things like that. After that, I learned a lot from that.
Yeah.
So that's why I saw him for what he was early on. But I wasn't a big enough voice to say anything. Nobody would have listened to me.
Same here.
Yeah. So I just unsubbed and just quit watching a lot of the LA stuff for a long time.
There are certain people that I did stick with in LA because when you removed him from the situation, they were good at what they were doing. But the more involved the more drawn into his crap that they got, the harder it was to continue watching and supporting them. So the only person from LA, two people that I watch from LA are Audit and Becky. And I used to watch most of them.
Mm-hmm. We need to talk about that, Eric. I don't know anything about that, and that's ridiculous.
No, I didn't see that either, Eric.
Why? Why would anybody go after Eric? See, that's the kind of stuff I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, I'm going to say this. When I started my channel, after watching, YouTube for a little while, I knew to expect you're going to get all kinds of people. I knew to expect we were going to get some crazy people in here. So I get kind of what's going on because a lot of people, like are in this for the drama, the reality TV side of it. And, so I knew when it first started, I kind of understood we're going to attract all kinds. And I've said this many times. 90% of this community is wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even more than maybe 95%. Because to be in the anti-Scientology community, you have to have compassion and a heart to want to support these people and help, even if it's just in the chat. But you're always going to attract that element that isn't there for that. And
Yep.
I knew that. I wasn't as surprised as maybe some others were that got really bent out of shape about it. I kind of expected it.
Yeah.
I just didn't realize how much they would twist up so much of this community the way they did. And that was a lot because I guess I'm not as trusting as I was 30 years ago,
Same.
but there's a
Yep.
lot of people that haven't been through what we have, and they were trusting and they felt really wronged,
Yeah.
after that. I don't even know what's going on with him.
Brody, I agree. Like, he clearly kept that in his back pocket until he found a reason to use it.
Who has the domestic violence charge?
Selfless.
Oh, I think I heard a little bit about that, but I wasn't sure what that was. Oh, I did. Oh. So did Pearl not know about that?
She knew. I don't actually know all the details, so maybe somebody in
I
the
don't
chat
either.
can explain. Maybe Frotty or Jay know the details on that. I just know that she was collecting the stories from LR's victims. And I never heard anything more
LR.
than that.
LR's victims.
Louis R. Repetto.
Yeah, I do know a little bit about that. I don't know the whole detail with that, but I know a little bit.
I don't understand it either, Jay. I don't know why it needed to go through her. It makes more sense to me that they go to their nearest law enforcement than going through her because, there's chain of evidence and corruption of witness statements or,
Didn't they
I
eventually
don't know
go to
all the legal terms. Well, you would think so, but I don't think it ever went there.
because I thought
We
I
didn't
saw
hear
a video where
anything
he
more
got
about it.
arrested. I thought I saw a video where he got arrested.
That would have been when he was protesting.
Right. Because I didn't know what was going on then, and people were saying things, and I didn't know what he was getting arrested for, and that was a long time ago. So I
Yeah.
never got all the details on that.
Yeah, Frotty, at least that. Yeah. And I think that's a big issue for him. He can't stand it when someone knows something that he doesn't know.
Because he's not in control.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know about
Yeah.
that. I know about that.
Yeah.
And been in business and has a degree in some things. She should have understood that certain things take time.
There was a typo apparently in the EIN number when it was given out originally.
It was
And I
that,
only just
or
heard that the other day.
it was either that, or he also said it wouldn't show up until he got the final paperwork. He was waiting on some sort of final paperwork,
But
and it wouldn't show.
when Aaron and Natalie were on Aaron's stream the other day, hi Antics, there was a brief mention of it, and Natalie, I swear I heard Natalie say something about there being a typo with the number.
Okay.
When Aaron originally put out the number, and then it was eventually corrected, but I don't know the time frame on any of that.
My thing, you know what
I
I
was
kept
being
saying all along?
distracted while I was trying to watch at the time, so I haven't gotten back to watch it.
Well, what I kept saying when everybody wanted to shit all over SPTV Foundation, I said, look, if you think there is fraud, call the IRS.
Yep.
Put in a complaint. They will investigate. Because I had considered doing the same thing about Aftermath. Because
I was looking at it from having been on a board of a charity 2 different times, the same charity, over the span of 20 years. I did 2 8-year terms on a board of a charity, which is the community center in my neighborhood. And so I was looking at it from that perspective, and things that charities can and can't do, and realizing that it's not all going to be the same as it is in the States. But some of the things that people were saying that SPTV should be doing, I was like, no, they can't do that. Once they state their mission, they have to stick to that mission. They can't expand it to like funding for protesters.
right,
They're not allowed to do that.
No, they're not.
And people putting stuff like that out there, I was like, no,
They don't
that's
understand
not how the charities work. And there has to be like there's a board of directors that they have to answer to. Mm-hmm. And they have to vote on everything, and it has to be all proposed, and it has to be legal for them to do stuff. Hey, Buttercup. And like, I can't even remember all the things that people were saying at the time, because it was like, I was just like going, this is so stupid.
Legal, paying for legal for protesters. And then that was the thing that happened with, I don't know if you remember the Liz Ferris thing.
Yes.
What it was is it was an ethical thing, actually.
Yeah.
Because what it was is he was going to pay for these shots.
Yep.
But she ended up getting enough donations to cover that.
Mm-hmm.
So why would he then give her the money if it was already paid for?
Exactly. He can't.
He can't.
And the doctor refused to take the money from the foundation directly.
Right. There was that too.
They wanted it to go through Liz. I mean, it's like, people, common sense. It works for a lot of things. And not to get political, but you know, if people used more common sense, y'all might not be in the political position that you are in today. Sorry, I had to say it as an observer.
It's okay.
Yes, exactly, Fraudy. I know. Sense isn't so common for some. Yeah.
I know. I mean,
no, I was not in charge of a charity. I was not. And I wouldn't even say that I was one of the officers. I was a board member. Do not start rumors. Never in Aaron. In fact, I did not even want to be the secretary. I just wanted to be a board member. I didn't want the added responsibility.
I have something to say about that right there. Being an Army wife,
oh, for crying out loud,
years, you can be active duty military and have a life outside and that you would get kudos for being part of a charity.
Yeah.
What the F? What do they think the military is? Oh my God. The only thing you can't do in the military is go online and talk crap about the president or commander in chief.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good to stay away from politics. Other than that,
Yep.
You're fine.
Yep.
And pay your bills, because if that's the one thing, they will give soldiers credit all over the place, because they know if you don't pay the payment, they can go to your chain of command and get you in trouble
Mm-hmm.
for it.
Mm-hmm.
The car dealers around here are shysters.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my... Oh, really?
I believe it.
You know,
cool antics.
Listening, was it George that used to be on one, and he said there was this much drama with his charity? I was surprised. It was either George or...
I know some people tried to stir up trouble for Marilyn's charity.
I didn't know she had a charity. Really?
Yep.
That's because she speaks her mind.
Yep.
There's probably a lot of people don't like that.
Yeah.
But oh, okay.
That's great antics.
Awesome. No, the flooding is about...
Yes, Buttercup.
hour and a half south of me. And even when we have flooding in my area, where I live, I'm on a slope. So luckily, I never flood right here. We've had because my yard actually slopes. And right back here, we've gotten a foot or so of water before, but it doesn't come in the house. But no, that's down at the Guadalupe River. And I turned on my YouTube today and I was shocked. Yeah, I don't know much about charities.
Buttercup, I feel
George.
you. I got so tired of explaining it too. It's like, really?
Yeah, people just think that charities just give money away for whatever. Yeah.
They are restricted in how they can do it and what they can report.
And
because they have to keep privacy as well.
And they don't understand that at the end of every year, you have to turn in a financial statement of where all the money went.
Every year, our community center has to pay for an audit with a private accounting agency. And then they have to submit that to the government.
Anna, yeah. I mean, as soon as I watched that stream and I heard what everybody was saying, and what Aaron was saying made sense.
Yeah.
That he was trying to make them understand ethically he couldn't do it.
Yep.
Oh, it's okay, Anna. You can catch up.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's like they have this mental block that says, well, we think it should be this way, therefore you're doing it wrong. And therefore you're putting all the money in your pocket. And then they have Snotty over there adding to it. Yeah.
And that was
and his chat eggs him on and he eggs them on. It's a clusterfuck.
Yeah, that's well said. Well said. I was going to say something. I don't remember what. Something I was going to say actually in MLH this morning or at other times, because we've gotten in trouble for being in certain chats. And I'm look, the thing about YouTube is a creator, I'm not going to agree with everything a creator does. And I don't watch creators for their personal life. I don't care what's going on in their personal life, unless they're doing something really heinous. You know, I'm there for the content and what I can get out. Do I, you know, Aaron, Laura, whoever, nobody's an angel. Somebody once said, "You look well put together, Miss Kim." No, I'm not. No. So I know
you are seeing this much. You are seeing this much.
Right. Exactly.
You do not see what's all around.
Right. If you could see past my camera, my kitchen is a mess.
My bedroom is a mess.
Yeah.
It's been a mess for ages. When I moved into this room, I could only do so much. And so I set up as much as I could within camera range and said, I will get to that little by little, and it will probably take me 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I swept the whole kitchen, the dining room, and my bedroom today, and I had to rest.
Yeah.
So I know that other creators that I watch are probably the same in a lot of ways. And the thing is, if I wanted it to be perfect, I'd watch network news. You know?
Right. And that's not perfect either.
And I don't mind some quirks from some people, but I
like when dogs show up for interviews. I love that.
What?
Like when dogs show up for interviews. That was a pandemic trend.
Oh, yes. Yes. I remember that now.
Or kids come running into the room when mommy or daddy or
the wife comes in and is grabbing the kid. That was hilarious. Oh, yep. That was awesome.
Or lawyers show up in cat face.
Oh, awesome antics. That's so good.
Antics. That's amazing. That is really
honey,
amazing.
All our bedrooms are a mess right now.
Yeah.
So
I'm lucky I have a path because I have too much stuff for one bedroom.
Yeah. That's the thing. We got like 5 baskets of clothes sitting in there right now. We get them washed. We just don't get them put away.
I have actually put away my laundry, mostly because Biscuit wants to get into my laundry baskets. So he only gets into the dirty one right now.
We figured out. So there were 2 baskets that we brought in from the camper that fold flat, and they're really low to the ground. And I was mad that we were using them because they take up a lot of floor. We figured out Petunia, who was on my lap at the beginning, was sleeping on my clothes. I had to rewash all my clothes. I was like, okay, we're done with these baskets. I got rid of them. I was like, oh my gosh.
What number, Antics? Oh, I'm confused.
We're not sure.
I think I missed something.
She was talking about meals served in her charity. She was serving the homeless. Was that?
Oh, that number. I thought we're talking a phone number, and I'm going, wait, what? Now I'm with you.
That's what I love about YouTube and why I watch so much of it. Because
gotcha. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That was what it was. Yeah. That's a lot of meals.
Either number is amazing. So
yeah, for sure. But that's what made me comfortable to come on. At first I didn't even want to be on camera. But then I realized that I don't care if my creator is perfect. I don't care if my creator is having computer problems or audio problems, or we'll figure it out. That was even before you.
Yeah.
Creators have had some issues. And I'm like, so I was like, what made me comfortable to come on here was that I accept those things, and that's what I like about it, because I watch creators that I've watched over time that I can trust, or that I get good information from, all different reasons.
Yep.
And so I was like, you know what? People will
Like,
either want to watch me or not.
how many times did we watch Natalie forget to share the video that she wanted to show us? And we sat
And
there
she's
watching her enjoying
kind of
it.
an expert. She's kind of like at a higher level than us. And she's
Yeah.
still having issues.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's awesome. My church did that. We got toiletry packs together. That's cool.
Now,
Yeah.
I have yet to see Natalie forget to press the go live button, but I have heard from other people that they have also done that. So,
My problem is the opposite. Sitting here waiting on the live button. I
yeah.
can't stand it. I've gone live early, like a minute or two, because I can't stand to watch it. But
No, I did an entire show with nobody watching because I wasn't live, and then I had to do it again. Did she, Buttercup? Oh, good.
oh, Anna, that's cool. What did your sign say? Oh, did she really? Oh, no one
Wow.
took it
Anna,
down.
that's great.
That's cool. Yeah. You or somebody was mentioning the guy that came up to me that had a brother getting in a cult, and then I was in my doctor's appointment, and I mentioned what I did about live streaming, and she said there's this cult up in Dallas that owns sandwich shops. I don't know what she was talking about, but I gave her my channel and my email, and I said I want to know more about this,
Yeah.
because they were getting people in through their sandwich shop. I was like, I need to know more
Mm-hmm.
about that. That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Um,
Eric, the laptop that I have now, the webcam works, but my last laptop, the webcam stopped working on it, which is why I have a separate webcam.
hmm.
And then I discovered it's better than the one that's built in to the newer laptop,
Yes,
which is not new. So,
that's what she called it, the yellow deli. What the heck is that?
oh, that's great, Anna.
Yeah, I think that's what she called it, the yellow deli. I gotta look that up, because that sound. Oh my gosh, I didn't know that. Because my bandwidth is Scientology all day long. I don't have a lot of time to be researching other stuff. I don't know how other creators can do more than one cult. It's too much information.
Yeah.
But that sounded trippy. Wow, I didn't never heard of them. But 3 years ago I'd never heard of Scientology.
Mm-hmm.
So it just depends on what comes across your space. Then there was, Nexium and all these other ones too. But I told her, I said, hey, come in Friday night, we can talk about it. I don't know if she's here or not. But
Mm-hmm.
wow, these cults, man.
Mm-hmm.
They
There are apparently quite a few cults in Canada as well.
wow, really?
Yeah.
Me out. I mean, I don't know if they've had I don't know if they have people like us. And the movement that we have, and the little bit that we've, what's the word I want? Not accomplished, but moved forward, has been so minute.
Jay, don't ask me that question. I'm sorry. I can't even begin to tell you. I do not remember if I got any names. at all.
Oh.
So no idea. I do remember someone saying to me that there are a lot of cults. They're probably small, but there are still apparently a lot of cults in Canada.
Oh. I'm gonna check it out just because it sounds freaking. Yeah, see, that's the thing I was saying is LRH was an evil genius because most cults implode before the leader dies
Mm-hmm.
because it goes through that cycle where it's great, everybody joins, then they start doing inappropriate things, they start being too much in control, and then it implodes in a spectacular way in a lot of ways. You know,
Yep.
Nexium, Jim Jones, Branch Davidians, the ones that believe the alien one, I can't remember, Heaven's Gate.
Mm,
The thing about LRH is he created something that outlived him. And that Scientology is its own animal. I don't know any other cult that has outlived its leader. And the way that he set it up. And that's what's so diabolical about it. And then they have these pretty buildings and all this money and they look legitimate. And that is the problem. No, I haven't. What? Trashed what today?
gee, what a surprise, Fraudy. He trashed the new Victims Save Voices, or Victims Have Voices, sorry, website.
Oh, I don't know about that. What is that? Oh, here it is.
It's a new website
Okay.
that Mona Fat Grammy, Haggis Basher, and I do not remember who else have put together for the victims of primarily of Scientology. It has their stories on it.
Hmm.
Um, hang on, you know what? Why don't we just do this? Give me a sec here.
Why do we care, Jay? We
Uh,
don't care. We don't
share
care what that guy thinks.
screen. Okay, Kim, I think you have to approve this to share it. There we go.
Oh,
So
law
it's
firm
got the
information.
law
Oh,
firm
is this
information.
the camera lawsuit too?
Um,
The law firm is.
it's the abuses from Scientology. I'm not sure that cameras
I see current
are.
legal actions,
Yeah,
survivor stories. That's nice. I like that. That's awesome. I'll put that on my one of my posts.
yeah.
All right, we'll see when you get back. Let me know when you're done there.
Anna, that's great.
And that's cool. Of course not. You know, as far as like
Hmm.
so.
You
That's
know,
really cool.
anything that he didn't do himself, God
That might help
forbid
people.
anyone should do something and get praise for it.
God, I just. Uh, I just drew a blank. I was about to say something. Yeah. When
Okay.
I draw a blank, I get a headache. Oh, jeez.
Mm.
My brain
Yeah,
said,
Jay. If he's not involved in it, it can't possibly be any good.
"Oh, yeah, that's exactly. I mean, we. It's exactly it. Honest to God,
Yeah, because he
you
is
wouldn't.
the only one who does any good in fighting Scientology.
Whatever.
And He is not the only person that I have seen talk about getting arrested should be something that you should be willing to do if you're protesting the cult.
I know. I can't remember who that was,
I
but
had to time someone out in Erin's chat today because she just would not let it go. Yeah.
You know what?
Because they were using, Erin and Erica were using liquid chalk. Someone had sent Cheryl some a week or so ago. Yes, Jay. And she wrote cult and blow on the public property near several exits or entrances, whatever, around Flag and their buildings, the rest of their buildings. And she got a trespass warning, which apparently they can do in Florida. Even if you have not actually gone onto the private property, you can be warned that you will be trespassed if you step on their property. Okay, that sounds kind of weird to me. Anyway, so this week, well, Aaron was really thrilled with the liquid chalk. He thought it was a fantastic idea.
I remember talking about it.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how he got a hold of some. I think somebody picked some up. It might have been Erica. I'm not sure. So you got to go see his live. They wrote cult on the public part in front of Flag, you know, where the mountain thing is on the ground, where Jenna did her middle finger salute.
Yeah.
So they big letters, cult, on the mountain. And then Aaron used liquid chalk to black out the word church, where it says Church of Scientology. Yes. And they used this Zamboni thing to come out to try to clean it up. And Erica kind of put herself on the ground in the word cult, so he couldn't clean that up. But he did clean up where Aaron had blacked out the word church. So Aaron, a little bit later after the cops left, he did it again. And then he wrote cult over top of it. Yes.
Did they care?
And they were very much enforcing Scientology's wishes, except that nobody got arrested.
Yeah, it depends on
but
who shows
I swear
Some of them don't care.
Okay, so it was Banks, Officer Banks, who clearly is on retainer.
Is that the guy that arrested Erica?
No, he's the one who last week gave Cheryl the warning, and he's been showing up there lately working for Scientology. And then there was another cop that showed up with Banks tonight in a separate vehicle. And that guy has a nasty attitude. He was just egging Aaron on, trying to get Aaron to do something so he could slap the cuffs on him. From my perspective, that's how it looked to me. And Aaron bit, but he didn't go far enough to actually get arrested. But you know, when Aaron gets spicy,
I wouldn't be surprised if he got his butt arrested.
I know. And people in the chat were reminding Aaron that it is a long weekend.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But this guy was smirking so obviously at Aaron. And he started with Aaron by saying, "You better not put that camera in my face. You better back up." It was closer to Aaron's face than it was to the cop's face. You could tell that even just watching it.
Well, they already arrested Erica for no reason. So
I know. All of that got dropped, but still, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Jay, exactly. When he's fired up, he's fired up.
Because it was false all along.
Yes. Hi, Rib Guy. Yes, exactly. I'm still waiting for my money, Rib Guy. I have
Uh-oh.
PayPal. It's on my channel page.
I heard about that rib guy. Oh,
um,
see.
but yeah,
Oh,
Aaron was, and I don't blame Aaron for getting set off, because that guy was like just a total eggplant.
tool. A tool.
Yeah, but more the anatomy.
I get it.
No,
I'm gonna go back to
it's
go back
my
to work.
grift, Buttercup. Get your own.
Time to grip. I'm good now. I have a
This is
job.
my grift, you guys. Cut it out.
So I have my own job now, and I can pay for my own trips to Austin.
Oh,
Tom doesn't
good.
have
You
to
can
do it
send me
anymore.
money then.
I'm trying to send you a gift, but
I know.
your mail people don't want to work. Or it's not working out. Oh, by the way, I figured out. I looked at the tracking again. I think
Uh-huh.
that delivery is to the seller, not you. Because it said
Oh,
sending back to seller, shipped from facility, delivery. I think it I'm just trying to figure out if it goes back to the seller, I can get my refund and send it back. Reorder.
okay.
I'm just
Okay.
we'll figure it out.
Anna, I'm not sure. I think they would love to arrest him,
Yes,
but
I think
some of
they would.
them just do not have any idea how stupid it would be to do that.
The, getting arrested is different than being sued.
That is
Because
true.
what he wants to get sued, because then you get to the discovery phase and you get all this info. Getting arrested for trespassing won't be the
Hmm.
same, or whatever they want. It won't be the same. It'll just be like what they did in LA to Danny and all of
Yeah.
them. He'll just go to jail for a few days. It'll get dropped and
Yep.
he'll suffer for a few days.
Yeah.
And we haven't owed taxes before ever until last year and this year. Just saying, because he mentioned. But yeah, they would love for him to go to jail for a few days, just like he did in LA. But you know
Hmm.
what? He would laugh.
Yeah.
For the most part. I'm just saying.
Jay, I agree. He better not
Oh,
get arrested while Cheryl is
where's
gone.
Cheryl at?
Yeah.
Where'd Cheryl go?
Cheryl's in California. I don't know how long she's there.
Is she with any of the other protesters?
She did meet up with Club Brain Fog.
I think I saw
They,
that.
yeah, and with
I think
Rib
I
Guy
saw that.
actually. Yeah, poor Rib Guy kind of just sat there and observed the conversation from what Club Brain Fog was saying.
Oh, did Rip Guy? Did you go up to San Francisco? But,
I think he's in that general area, but I don't know. I think it
I
might
was
still
talking
be a bit
about.
of a drive, but I don't know.
So I was talking about protesting and getting arrested, and
Yeah.
I was in I think it was a short of some protester, and found out it wasn't current, but they were blocking traffic, and this woman just wanted to get to work.
Mm-hmm.
I said something about anybody that blocks traffic is losing support for their cause, because they're just
Mm-hmm.
messing with everyday people. And we've had usually when I say something in a comment on something like that, I say my piece. I don't go back. I don't care. I'm not going to get in this back and forth. I had a lot of
Oh,
responses.
cool.
And I went
Oh.
in and I said, look, I've been a peaceful protester for 16 months. And because I'm peaceful, because I don't cause a problem, I have a lot of people stop and talk to me and ask me why I'm there and learn about my cause. And I got a lot of rude responses to that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I ended up with a paragraph about what I didn't say. I said, because I protest an organization, I didn't go into detail. And I had somebody, oh God, what they say, it was so rude. Oh, so you're a professional protester.
Oh.
Oh, I lost my shit. I must have typed a paragraph. I don't
Yeah.
really do. I said, okay, hey, I don't get paid, blah, blah, blah. What I'm going after, child trafficking, child labor. I went over the whole spiel, abuse and why, and blah, 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 blah. I said, and I could go on. I said, no, I'm just passionate about what I do. So, wait, what? Oh, I love tea shops. Oh, do you really? Rip Guy? Do you really? That's so cool. How did you end up in LA all that time?
Well, I figure he drove.
That's a long way. I lived in Monterey, which is south of San Francisco, and it was like 7 hours. That's a long way.
You know what, Anna? You're right. That is true.
What do you mean distance in car?
So you guys often you describe distance in miles from point A to
Oh,
point
I do
B.
hour and a half all the time. I do time.
Yeah, in Canada we do have a tendency to describe it as how long it takes to get there.
You know why? Because you guys live in a very vast area too, don't you? From what I can
I
see,
mean, it's
it's a
a
big
very large
city.
country, yeah.
It's the same in Texas. It's a very large distance to major cities. So
Yeah.
I go by time because depending on the speed limit,
Mhm.
so I'm like 3 hours from everything.
Yeah.
Like Austin and Waco. I'm like dead center. I am 3 hours from Houston, 3 hours from San Antonio, and 3 hours from Dallas.
Um Well, Rib Guy, if it's who I think it is, you owe her a dress and a custom made bra in which to store needles and shoes and a chauffeur driven Uber,
Guy, what have you been up to?
a stretch limo, right?
You sound like you've been being naughty. Rib
We're
Guy.
just expanding on the rumors that they like to say. Oh, a different lady for. Oh, Rib
Oh
Guy.
no.
Whoa. I haven't heard about this yet. Does Becky know?
Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yes, a customized project.
Oh my goodness. What? I need to know more.
When when we finally got Becky to at least put up super chats on her channel,
Mm.
she and I were joking about what we were allowed to say if we put up the link. And I said I was going to say Becky needs a new bra to
Oh my
store the
god.
needles.
Oh my
And
god.
she laughed so hard. So I did that the first time she went live with the super chats. I kept putting up different versions of she needs a new bra with special pockets for the needles.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yep. A bra with a needle pouch.
I can
Exactly,
imagine needles
Riptide.
in my bra, though. I just can't go there.
Exactly.
That could become very painful.
Well, see, but they were saying that she was keeping needles in her bra during the encampment. So some people rudely call her needle tits.
I did not know that.
And there are some other things that they call her and say.
I didn't
And
know that.
so she thinks needle tits is hilarious.
That's the best way to handle it.
Yeah.
Best way.
So I I mean, I ran it by her first and she was cool with it. So I was like, okay.
Oh my goodness. The things people say.
Uh-huh.
That's hilarious. Oh my goodness. Needle tip. That's hilarious.
No, she thought it was absolutely hilarious to say that Becky needs a new bra. So
oh my goodness. Oh. Yeah. I can't take some of this stuff serious. That's why I'm like, even I'm just like, I'll answer the trolls. I was listening. I don't
I
go
know.
back and listen to a lot of my lives. I don't. But I was listening to the last one where they called me a Karen.
Yes.
That one. I got to that point and I didn't watch the whole thing. I was like, oh, I went off. I was like, so somebody called me because I'm vertical and I go to 6th Street and have my signs out and I'm talking in case none of you have been in there yet. So somebody said, oh, another Karen. And I said, oh, I'm a Karen because I care about child trafficking or child forced labor or child SA. I said, and I just went on about the call. And I was like, and I think that person ended up saying, oh, they
Yeah.
stayed. And they were like, oh, okay. They got it. They were like, oh, you're not really a Karen. So sometimes I can turn them trolls around a little bit.
Yeah. Anna, I agree with you. You and I were both there watching her streams. So many hours. So for us to sit there and watch people say things that we know are blatant lies and the product of imaginations, it can be really frustrating. But for me, it takes some of the pressure off when I see Becky laughing about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm still offended on her behalf because I do know the truth. And it's so frustrating to not be heard. But at the same time, if we can reach the point where we're laughing at it, then we take away their power.
Exactly. That's why I don't let those people get to me.
Right, Rib Guy?
I think most of the people that have lasted long term know that. I think to not give oxygen to that kind of stuff. Because you know what?
Yeah.
You know what I picture when somebody trolls me? Some little man in their basement behind a keyboard that I will never meet. Why do I care what they think?
Sitting there in his tidy whities.
There, and added to that.
And a big jar of hand lotion nearby and a and a Costco case of tissues.
Okay. Oh, I heard Scotty got kicked out of a basement.
I think it was his mother's basement.
Yeah, I thought he was living in his mom's basement and he got kicked out. That's why he's homeless. I mean, he was a little man behind his keyboard in a basement and he got kicked out. I thought that was justice served. Just saying.
At his mother's house. Thank you, Frotty. I thought that was what I heard.
That's what I heard. He shit on his family so much they kicked him out. I was like, that was just justice. The guy's gonna get his. I'm just sorry.
Buttercup, did I shock you? I'm sorry.
Yeah, totally. You didn't know that, Rip Guy? I don't know a lot, but I know more than you. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I did hear that. I heard that he lived it. This was when the controversy around he couldn't be around his niece they were talking about. It wasn't that he did anything to his niece. And somebody
No,
Streets and Aaron.
he didn't get the vaccine and he didn't want a mask, right? I think that was what I heard.
I just heard that his sister didn't want him anywhere near her kids. That's all I knew.
Yeah.
That's what they said.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think anything between him and somebody else, it would be somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
I only see snippets from DOS. I don't watch it
I get
at
a little
all.
bit there, not a lot. But looking at him, knowing what he said and done makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, he is irrelevant, Rip Guy. He is irrelevant. He's like a splinter in your bottom of your foot. He's just annoying, and we're just hoping he'll go away soon.
I wasn't thinking the foot.
Yeah. So, and I don't talk about him a lot. I don't pay attention about him a lot. As a matter of fact, until like today in the last MLH, before that, I haven't watched, didn't know anything that was going on with him at all, other than since he'd been arrested. And that's
no,
it.
Jay, you can put cream on a hemorrhoid.
I know, right?
Oh gosh.
To get rid of than him. I'm just glad court's next week. Maybe like I said, I don't even care if he goes to jail, as long as they're like he's on probation. Get the F out of LA. Once he's gone, he'll be gone.
Rip Guy.
I'm not gonna highlight that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or something. Yeah. And
Becky's going to the courthouse on Monday.
I'll be watching.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh. I just hope.
Yeah, Anna.
Honey, me too.
I was working. I was working up until 15. No, okay, it's closer to 20 years ago. And that was when I got disability, because I literally could not work anymore. I had been working full time. I had to cut back to part time. I still wanted to work. And then when traveling got to be too much to go to and from work, I was working from home because, again, I still wanted to work. And then it reached the point where I couldn't even do that anymore. It was just too much.
Mm-hmm.
And that was when I finally gave it up. But what do I do instead? I keep finding ways to volunteer my time. And now it's the YouTube thing. You know, but I'm not making any money because Rib Guy hasn't sent me any.
Yeah. I'm the same way. I mean, I never even, hubby makes a little too much for me to be on disability. So I never tried to do any of that. But this job fell in my lap, and I'll be honest, it's about to kill me. But I wanted to go back to some of these comments. Like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to be charitable. In my heart of hearts, I want him to go to jail. I want him to be punished. But in my charitable self, I'm trying to say, okay, fine. Just as long as he has to go. But then Rib Guy mentioned,
this is,
I forgot about this part. If you're on probation, you can't leave the state. Okay, Jay.
This is as charitable as I can get with him, which is, I just want him gone. I want him
That's me.
Off the internet in any possible form.
God, I wish they could.
And I want him gone. I don't want to ever hear from him again.
So, Laura, the bond was donations. But Laura physically had to take the money to post his bond. And God, that guy, he raised $7,500 right away. And I think I heard he raise another 30 grand for an attorney or some high number. And then
yes, he did.
And he doesn't have an attorney.
Yeah, I think he has a court-appointed one because the judge made him get one.
Oh yeah, he was going to try to be his
I'm not sure, actually. When I think about it now, I'm not sure if it's a court-appointed or if he actually paid some money to the attorney.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You know, the timing with that e-bike that he rode, once before it fell apart, was a little convenient when he was getting all that money for the attorney's fees. And I don't think he has paid the full amount to the attorney.
I don't think so either.
Anna, thank you. I knew you weren't talking about us. I guess I sometimes feel a little defensive still because I would love to be able to still work. I miss being able to go to work.
I heard that.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Did you hear that?
Thank you. I haven't seen that yet, Jay. That's why.
I heard
that's on my watch later list.
So the new DA is friends with the owner of La Poubelle, which is going to be in Scotty's, not his best interest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. You typed. Oh, that's right. Okay.
Thank you. Right. He blamed the bike falling apart because of the basket.
Oh, I know you didn't mean us, Anna. I knew that.
Rib Guy. You know what? What can I say? I guess maybe I'm not actually built for grifting.
I'm not either. I get told no, and I'm like, okay. I was a terrible salesperson. Terrible.
Yeah. Oh, I could never do sales. Oh, no.
No, me neither.
Because like, no, I identify with the person that I'm supposed to be selling something to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I sucked at it. Because I'm like, oh, somebody like, I don't have the money. I'm like, okay, bye.
Yeah. Here, let me see what I've got.
When I was like 18, I was doing that door-to-door perfume sales. I lasted about a week and didn't sell anything. Bought a couple things.
In high school. In high school, I was well, we didn't call it this then, but a telemarketer. For a newspaper.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
I hated that job. And I sucked at that job.
Yep.
It was absolutely horrible. You literally, if you didn't get any sales, you spent 4 hours sitting there volunteering your time to get yelled at and hung up on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See,
It was
I now
terrible.
that cell phones say when it's spam or telemarketer, I don't answer.
Yes.
Tom
Yeah.
does. He
Oh.
loves to answer them. He messes with them so bad.
Yes, Rib Guy.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Totally, Rib Guy. And that's why I think it's okay to some extent to talk about this stuff. You know, I think it's healthy in some ways that, because for so long, Scooter Mom and I didn't say anything. We tried to keep our peace, let things play out, because we didn't.
Well, you tried harder than I did.
Yeah, I did. Mainly for me, it's because I didn't have the time or energy to go investigate the details, and I didn't have a lot of the information. Whereas other people, you and other people had a lot more information. There was so much months. This was a long time ago, probably like 6 months ago, when it really came to a head. There was so many he said, she said, he said, she said stuff that I was exhausted trying to figure it all out. So I had to stay back and try to let it play out, try to figure out what was going on. I knew though that Scotty was a bad actor himself. When I
Yep.
saw his channel called Streamer Wars, I
Mm.
was like, okay, yeah. It was all the other people, all the other stuff, involved that I had to figure out. Him, I
Yeah.
had right away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree, Rib Guy. It's very
Yeah.
hard. It is
Yeah.
really hard to keep up with it for me, and it's mostly because I don't really want to know. I just
That too. I didn't care that much to want to know all the details.
yeah. I guess I spent enough time in the chats to see certain conversations going on that I didn't participate in, but you couldn't
Mm-hmm.
help but see it scrolling by.
Mm-hmm.
And I would find myself scrolling back up to see what the person said to cause that to be said by someone else. And I got sucked into at least understanding what the context was. But it wasn't something I wanted to get involved in because you know what? I don't, I have other things to put my time
It's not
into.
what I was here. It's not what we're here for.
Exactly. Exactly. Like,
Mhm.
you know what? Let that be their problem. It doesn't have to be mine. Are you sure, Rib Guy? I'm not so sure that you can boil water. I
I
mean,
can't. I burned up pans. I've done it. I can't boil water. I've done it a couple times.
can I mention at this point the fact that my mother had to replace my electric kettle because she took it off its base, put water in it, and then put it on the stove and turned on the stove.
I have
This
one
was
better.
many years ago, and no, I have not forgotten it. And mostly I've let go of it because she had to replace the kettle, but she stank up my house with burnt metal or with burnt plastic. And yeah,
Oh, I my
Rib Guy, if you're not doing that, you're okay. Mostly.
my daughter. I had a pressure cooker, and she went to put stuff in it. The pot, the inner pot was not in it.
Rib Guy.
Oh
The
God! Did
pot
you
was not
really?
in
Oh my. Okay, you
so the
win.
pot was not in the pressure cooker?
No, and it just she put chicken in there, and it was
Oh
burning. All the liquid came out. It was ruined. We had to throw it away.
no. Yeah.
Now, But my granddaughter avenged me. So
Oh.
she had just moved into her own apartment, got a really good deal on an air fryer and a microwave on Facebook Marketplace. And my granddaughter at the time was about 12 and playing video games. She ran in the kitchen, threw ramen in the microwave, and left, and didn't put water in the ramen in a plastic bowl.
Oh.
My daughter had to throw the microwave out the door. The smell ruined the microwave. She was like, she called me so she wouldn't beat her daughter. She called me to go off. I was like, I didn't remind her about the pressure cooker. I just kind of sit back and really.
I am so thankful that I have stainless steel pots and pans, because my mother is notorious for letting them boil dry on the stove and is completely oblivious to the smell. Like, she'll go and fall asleep watching TV. And meanwhile, the pot has boiled dry. So then we are subjected to the wonderful odor of vinegar and baking soda being cooked in the pot to loosen the burn on the bottom of the pot.
Oh, yeah.
Ask me how happy I am that she now lives in her own place again.
I can imagine. Oh, let me complain about my son.
Yeah, Anna. Ooh.
Who's 37. 37. These kids didn't give me this kind of problems as teenagers. So we let him use our third car. We've told him for a year to get his own insurance. In a year, he has had 3 accidents.
Oh, no.
Mostly fender benders. We're getting dropped from our insurance.
Oh, no.
I have never in my life been dropped from insurance or been without insurance. 37 years old. Just saying. I had to get that out. I'm like, I didn't have this problem when they were teenagers. They're adults.
They bring it back around to get you.
I'm like, they're always costing me money. I know. I don't know if that was for me, but. And then the daughter is the thing about my daughter is she borrows money for a couple days because her paycheck.
Good night, Rib Guy.
And I told her I would rather let her borrow a little bit of money to forego a rent lay fee because when her paychecks fall. But she always pays us back. Her other decisions aren't that great, but I never have a problem with her with that. But
yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's getting late.
Rib Guy, just don't forget to send me my money, okay?
You're Mr. Moneybags, I hear. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, 12:30. Are you in California? No, I'm just saying. Yeah, my daughter lives in California. Near Riverside. She's paying. God, I can't believe how much in rent she's paying. I told her, I said, if you stay in California, you'll never be able to buy a house. Never. For what she is paying for that apartment, she could be buying a house here. And I'm just like, girlfriend. And she works from home. She could bring the job with her. But no.
Yeah.
Try to say she went to California for the weather. She never goes outside. She works from home all day. Since she moved in with the boyfriend, they do have a pool, so she's outside. But
I mean, I like summertime, even though I'm not out very often. But I like summertime because A, it does affect my health still, even if I'm indoors. And B, I like knowing that if I do need to go out, odds are it's going to be nice out. It's not going to be so cold that I hurt at just the thought of stepping out the door. So I can kind of understand her there.
yeah, I'm the
You
opposite
know,
of her. I
yeah,
have 7 months a year I can't go outside because it's too hot.
yeah.
I'm like,
I
it
mean,
does
we
not
had a
get cool
taste of
here.
that last week,
Yeah,
and we're
it does
getting
not.
another taste of it this week. Mm-hmm.
I'm like, if I had lived anywhere but here, I would be probably a much happier person if I could go
Yeah,
outside. That's why I want to go full time RV so bad. I just want to get out of Texas.
yeah.
I love the state. I like everything about it except, hiccups.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, my daughter's paying $1,700 a month for a 1 bedroom with 3 children. She was.
Mm.
She moved into the house with the boyfriend, and that was a good deal. They were paying $2,400 for a 2 bedroom, and luckily though it was very large. The 3 kids in one room, and she had her mattress kind of in between the dining room area,
Mm-hmm.
and so luckily it was a very large. It was a really nice gated apartment, which she felt very safe in. But rent here for a 2 bedroom townhouse is $750.
Oh, wow.
Maybe
We're
850.
paying more than that here.
Oh, I know. I've heard about Canada and their prices.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, I know. But yeah, I'm like, yeah, the wages are lower, but if she could bring the work from home job here from what she's making, we actually, she was thinking about moving back, and my husband got her a job through a friend in security in a town where she was going to be making like $22 an hour with rent that was $750.
Wow.
And she could have worked for a couple years to build her credit back up, and she could have bought a house. She will
Mm.
never be able to buy a house in California. Yeah. Killeen, I'm not actually in Killeen, but Killeen, Texas, which is right outside of Fort Hood, in 2000. So I quit working in 2010. 2009, nationwide in a big publication like Newsweek or something, Killeen was the best cost of living in the nation. So the cost of living here is awesome. And there's
Wow.
so many people that work in Austin, which is about normally an hour drive, but if you are commuting in the morning, it could be 2 or more hours. Live up here and commute to Austin because it's so expensive. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
because of the military base for a lot of the reasons that our cost of living. But the problem is, as a spouse of a military person, to get a job around here, you're getting minimum wage, 7 something
Mm.
an hour, because everybody here has a spouse that either is in the military, a contractor, or government employee on post, so
Mm-hmm.
they don't have to pay a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. We have, and when you meet somebody here, you're like, "Where are you from?" Because they're not from here, or they're second or third generation brought here by the military.
Yeah.
That's why I don't have an accent, because there's no accent in this area because everybody's from somewhere else. But you go a couple hours away and you get that southern drawl.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard about the rents in Canada. Whoa, $1 million for these tiny houses. Holy crap.
And that's not rent.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I was watching this lady that decorates rentals, like
Mm-hmm.
in Canada. So I was watching her for a little while, and she does stuff you can take off as a renter, and it was kind of interesting to watch. I was like, I couldn't. Is it Vancouver or Toronto where a small house is $1 million, or both?
Both, probably. I know it
Probably.
is in Toronto, and sounds like it would be the same in Vancouver.
That's pretty good. Oh wait, no, 650K. Oh my god, we were gonna
Mm,
buy a house, a bigger house here, 3 bedroom, 2,000 square foot house, $178,000.
wow.
Yeah, I've watched those like shows where they're buying, like Chicago, getting a 2 bedroom duplex for $800,000, and I'm like, something out here that costs $800,000 would be a freaking mansion.
Mm,
Wow.
yeah.
Whew. Our house, it's paid off. When we paid a little bit more because we did a 20-year loan instead of 30, and I think we were paying about $950 a month, which was over what we should have been paying. So,
Yeah.
it's a small house though. It's only 1,100 square feet, but we have a nice big yard though. But yeah, now prices have gone up here, but not that much. And, wow, I know
Mm,
everything's expensive, especially in the cities. Now,
yep.
down
That's
in
why my
Austin,
daughters still live with me. They can't.
mhm,
They can't afford to rent on their own.
yeah, I've watched articles where they say, kids are living at home a lot longer because it's unaffordable.
Mm-hmm.
I just, I watched this guy. It was a short actually, but he said, here's the difference. In the 80s, let's say, when we were growing up, um luxuries were expensive, TVs, things like, but rent was low, house payments were low,
Mm-hmm.
so you didn't have a lot of luxuries. Now luxuries are cheaper. You can get buy 2 TVs for $600 and have all these electronics and luxuries, but rent is exorbitant. You're paying so much in rent. That is the difference between, say, well, the guy was younger than me, our parents, me, because I remember I was 19, I was paying 304 a month for rent, but my income was 600. It was minimum wage.
Mm-hmm.
And to buy it, I financed a VCR. It was $400 for a VCR back then, and I
Mm-hmm.
financed that sucker.
I financed a TV back then. Yep.
Yep, yep, yeah.
That in itself was a racket, doing it that way, because you were paying way more than it was actually worth.
Mm-hmm.
But for a lot of us, that was the only way we were going to get them.
Mm-hmm. You know what ended up happening with that VCR? So Tom and I got married. The Army moved my stuff to California from Ohio. And I thought it was weird that the moving company wrapped my VCR and wrote VCR on it. I thought that was weird. It wasn't in a box.
Mm,
And when we got home, it was gone.
uh-huh.
And we had an office we could go file a claim. And what they did is they looked at something similar at, say, the PX, and that's what they gave us, which was way less than I paid. But what made me feel good, they didn't get the remote.
Uh,
It was packaged separately. So whoever, and then I find out movers, because they know that military can file a claim and get reimbursed.
Mm-hmm.
They actually found out that they were packing up our stuff, taking it to their house, going through everything, taking what they wanted, and then just, it's not unusual
Wow.
for that to happen. So the second time we
Wow.
moved, we didn't use a moving company. We did what they call a Diddy move, where you get a U-Haul and you pack it yourself. We had a 27-foot U-Haul with a car carrier with my 65 Mustang on it from California to Ohio. And you actually make money on a Diddy move because they give you more than usually what it costs. It's stressful as crap, though.
Mm, I bet.
But I knew my stuff would show up. And that's the only two moves we've ever had. We've been here ever since.
Years ago, and I don't know if I would imagine that it's harder for them to get away with it, but I
Oh, we
remember
had one of
seeing,
those.
yes, Santa, I remember those. Um, there was there were a few fly by night moving companies that would, you know, offer you a decent rate to move, move you from one place to another. But like they'd load all your stuff on the truck and you'd go and they were supposed to meet you at your destination, but instead they would not show up. And they would say, "Oh, well, we recalculated your rate and it's now this
Oh,
much."
I've
And
heard
they
of
would
that too.
hold your stuff hostage
Mm-hmm.
until you paid the new rate.
You know what's funny? I watched a guy that moved to Canada from like California. He was a YouTuber years ago,
Hmm.
and they did that, and it was like $8,000 difference. And he had a YouTube channel, a big one.
Hmm.
I don't even remember who it was, and he did this whole video about it. And what it was is I think he had put some sort of tracker in his stuff, and it
Uh-huh.
and that's happening a lot more now. They're putting air tags in their stuff when they're moving and finding out these trucks are going
Yeah.
the weirdest places. Yeah, we had two of them. We had
People are
one, my
putting air
son.
tags in their luggage too.
Yeah, and oh, they got a bicycle stealing ring somewhere, some city, put an air tag in a bicycle. A reporter did it. But yeah, we had a big one, and my son had one in his room. That was that little TV VCR combo. Yeah,
Mm.
he was spoiled when he was little.
Friday, those both must be a little on the heavy side too.
Oh my god, we had TV. It was so heavy, so
Mhm.
heavy. Oh my god. So when we did the Diddy move and we got here, this is we almost got a divorce. So
Uh-huh.
we got here in July and he was on 3 weeks leave. So we unloaded the truck. It was July in Texas into a storage unit.
Mm-mm.
We had a 5-year-old and a 6-month-old baby in a car carrier, and we're moving this stuff by ourselves in the heat.
Oh boy.
So then we go home up north for 3 weeks. I had talked to a realtor and she said, we can get you an apartment in 2 weeks. We get here and there's no place to live. 6,000 soldiers showed up here in 3 months. Long story,
Oh.
not going to go into it. But that big ass TV. Oh my God, it was so heavy. So then
Mm-hmm.
we get back and we end up moving to a rat hole, moving some stuff in there. Then for a month. So we moved 3 times in 2 months. So one of his soldiers said, hey, there's a mobile home open for rent in my trailer park. And we moved in there. And it's just me and Tom moving everything. Tom ended up pulling a muscle. We had some heavy ass
Mm-hmm.
furniture. Oh, jeez.
Do you remember the big honkin' TVs with the built-in stereo, including turntable on the tops of
No,
them?
I
Oh
don't remember that
God.
at all.
Those were
Table and
1970s,
oh,
1960s. Oh yeah, they were like major furniture, and the TV was like built into this wooden, real wood furniture casing.
oh, yeah. My parents had those.
Yes, the entertainment center.
Yes,
Yeah. And it had the lid to open up to show you the stereo and the
yes,
turntable. Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm old.
Oh my gosh, my parents' record player was freaking 5 feet long with the turntable in the middle and speakers. It was huge, huge.
Yep.
God, I remember that. We were too
Oh,
poor for
we
that.
didn't have one, Jay. I just remember seeing them.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh man. I
Oh
had
god.
such an album collection, and then we got here and we lived in that teeny tiny mobile home, so we got a storage space. My prom dresses, my records were in it, and it flooded. Now, I don't know why the
Uh-huh.
records themselves were not ruined, just the covers. I had the Monkeys,
Yeah.
I had Tony Orlando and Dawn, I
Oh
had stuff
wow.
that would be worse. So Booker T and the Green Onions. I had, oh my gosh. I don't, oh, if I had known
I
about,
still have my record collection. I've
oh
got
my, I have
Elton John,
45, but
several Elton Johns. I've got Michael Jackson. Um, Crap. It's been so long since I even looked at my collection.
mhm. I have some
I keep
45s, like
thinking there
Prince,
might
and
be some Fleetwood Mac in there.
I have a Michael Jackson 45, but they've been in a shed so long they're probably ruined.
Yeah. I've got 45s and I've got LPs.
That's the problem right there. And that's why we did
Yeah.
the ditch move the second time, even though it was. I left to go get pizza and came back, and Tom and his soldiers had packed the whole truck. And I'm like, I kind of wanted to be involved in that. It was a bunch of dudes. And yeah, when we got here, some stuff was scratched because they didn't know how to pack.
Wait, what's PPV? Oh, pay-per-view.
Oh, yeah, yeah. The tinfoil. Yeah. Remember the tinfoil?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the rabbit ears.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, God. My friend had a
Oh,
remote.
do you remember wrapping a wire coat hanger with aluminum foil to get a better signal?
There was literally times I stood there like this as a kid, and she's like, "Stay there." I'm like,
Yeah,
"No,
I want to see
okay."
too.
Oh gosh,
Yes.
we were too poor to pay for pay-per-view.
Oh. Yeah, we never had
Oh,
pay-per-view either.
oh gosh, I remember when we finally got,
Oh.
because I was in high school, 80 to 86. My mom was a single mom, when I was in high school. So when we got cable, it was freaking awesome. We got MTV. That was cool. Remember that? Oh my gosh.
Well,
And
we had Much Music instead of MTV here.
you had what?
Much Music instead of MTV.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh.
8-track tapes. Oh,
Yep. Oh
I
my!
remember those. I never had any, but I do remember them.
I still have some of my cassette tapes. My husband's always trying to get me to get rid of them, and now I'm watching people selling Walkmans and trying. I have some good cassette tapes.
I made the mistake, I think, of getting rid of my cassette tapes.
Yeah, I got
Hmm.
rid of some of them, but not all of them. Oh, the
Yeah,
black
Anna.
box. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
Hmm.
getting some cable for free. But yeah, gosh, I remember when I was 9, I won a black and white portable TV in contest, and you're like to get the channel.
Yes.
And Tom used to talk about his parents. His parents were in their 40s when he was born. He was an oops child. And
Hmm.
so they would call him
I
out
don't
of his
think we did,
room
Jay.
to come change the channel.
Yeah. Yes.
He was the remote.
Yep.
Tarzan
I don't
Dan.
I don't remember us ever having MTV up here. I remember seeing ads
Really?
for it, but we had Much Music instead, which was our MTV.
Well, did you get like the Thriller and the Michael Jackson in the 80s, the Flock of
Oh yeah.
Seagulls videos and stuff?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. All right.
Yep.
At least okay, that's cool. You got that.
Yep.
Yeah, man. That's why
They might
I
have
know.
actually for the Thriller thing, I seem to remember them doing like a worldwide simulcast for
Oh, they
its
probably
release
did.
for the video.
Sure.
Yeah.
That was that was so innovative. It was like a
It
movie.
was. I mean, it was for that time. It really was.
Well,
And
even now
and honestly it holds up today.
it does.
Yeah.
Was oh, and
YTV hit list. Yeah.
that I'm gonna I've talked about this a little bit. I'm gonna start a second channel for other stuff and my K-pop stuff.
Mhm.
That's the thing about BTS that makes them stand out is their videos are so cinematic and well done. It's like watching a freaking movie.
Yeah.
And that's hard to do in this day and age. If you look at videos now, it's always girls and cars and money and
Skimpy clothes and
skimpy
yeah.
clothes, and they don't do that. Some of their
Yeah.
videos are like literal movies.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, girl. Oh, you're making me old. I graduated high school in 87.
Anna, you're my
Oh,
daughter's age.
yeah, my son was born in 88. So
Yeah. Yep. My girls were born in
I'm happy for
85.
you. You're younger than me. Yeah. Soon.
You know,
Oh, what I'm
she
gonna
said,
post.
"What do you plan to post on
Oh,
it?"
what am I gonna post? Um,
I
I
think I
wanted
have it too, Eric.
I wanted to do some things like things I've learned about healthful eating, about home hacks. When I find something that works and I want to tell the world about it. And I don't do that here because that's not what this channel is. So I want to do that, and then I'm about to start learning Korean, and I'm going to do some shows on that because of the K-pop that I like. The reason I like K-pop, if you guys know anything about 80s music, remember 80s music being fun and pop, and it was enjoyable. It wasn't depressing. The 90s got depressing.
Mm-hmm.
BTS, the group, that's the way their music is. And their music sends a message. They tell people to love yourself no matter what. The reason they're a global band and they're so they've spent 18 months in the Army, by the way. They just got home last week. Is because of the message they send to their fans. It's not just about throwing music out there. Yeah. And I want to talk about that. And it's kind of fallen flat on this channel. So I thought I would start a second channel. The name I want to use is Miss Kim's World. I don't know if that's going to be available. I haven't tried yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm 38, born 87, March. Oh, Pisces! Yes, I turned 18 March of 1987. Awesome, Eric. March 19th. Right on. I knew we had a connection there, boy. So, as soon as I go in and just try to see if I can find a good title for the channel, you know, I don't have a lot of time to put into it right now, but I bought some books to learn Korean because BTS doesn't just do music videos and music.
Mm-hmm.
They had a variety show, a bunch of YouTube content, some and I'll talk about this more on the other channel, but they're a global phenomenon because of the way that they have done their career. Whew. So many people like them because of the message. Oh yeah. All of them are back as of last week. They did their first see, I found them after they went in the Army. And this is the thing, they're in their early 30s. A couple of them are in their late 20s. And they just all spent 18 months in the Army. They cut their career off, went and did their duty. They're back, and they did a live that was very awkward. You could tell they weren't used to being. And they started out 7 boys living in one bedroom.
Yeah.
When they started. So, oh, really? So, yeah.
Yeah.
Pisces, Eric. That's awesome. So, you were born the year I graduated.
Hey, Friday.
I know. I see what you're doing there. I get it now. Taurus. I dated a Taurus once. Yeah. So
we're very loyal.
I think Pisces is very loving and romantic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I haven't paid attention that much. But
we're also a little stubborn, eh, Friday? Just a little bit.
I'm not saying nothing.
Yeah, maybe a little.
Oh. Oh my goodness. You said you had a holiday a couple days ago. What was it?
We had Canada Day.
And what's that?
On the 1st of July. It's the day that all the provinces decided to consolidate and become a country.
Oh, similar. That's pretty close to what our 4th is. Our 4th is we decided to become our own country.
Yeah, after you fought Great Britain for your independence.
Yeah, it was independence.
We just, yeah. We similar. Didn't fight Britain. We just said, hey, listen, here's the deal.
Yeah.
And you can remain our, gosh, I can't even remember what we call it now. Anna, if you're still here, help me out.
Sovereign.
We said to the Queen, I think it was the Queen. I mean, she was there forever. Yeah, we're still gonna have you. But we're going to govern ourselves.
That's a form of independence.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
still part of
grandpa.
the Commonwealth.
Right. Yeah, I'm on the
And
border a little bit. Yeah.
as such, as part of the Commonwealth, um, we, especially with this whole 51st state business,
Yeah, that was
we've
stupid.
been hearing from other countries who are also part of the Commonwealth going, we got your back, Canada.
Sometimes he says stuff he's not going to do anything about. It's just being a troll. Being a troll.
Yeah. Well, with
Yeah,
everything
that's
that
the
has been
reason why.
going on, not to delve too far into the politics of it all, but with everything that has been going on, he is really alienating us.
I know.
And it's coming back on the states who are like, those of you in the states are paying for his big mouth.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
I just.
So, yeah, it's
I'm
just
happy. The thing is, I'm
crazy.
happy with some of a lot of what he's done, but that's the. Here's what I said to a guy at work. I said this. I said, let me see if I can remember what I said. I said both choices weren't that great, but one of the choices at least is doing something, whereas the other choice didn't look like they were going to do anything. So I said sometimes with politicians, they're all a pain in the butt. They're all. He was like, "Oh, politicians are corrupt." They are. Why else do you want to be a politician? I said, but at least you can get somebody that might make us some changes. And you got to deal with the other stuff that you don't like.
I will just say, as politely as I can, um, from this side of the border, what I'm seeing is not doing any of you any favors except the millionaires. And these ICE raids are a practicing cruelty, in my opinion. Hi, Afila. Um, and that too is going to come back to bite you, because who is going to pick all your vegetables and fruits? Who is going to do all the jobs that American citizens don't want to do? Those low paying, high labor jobs
But some
that,
people look at that as slave labor, though, because
yeah, and I'm not saying it
they're
isn't. There are
basically.
things that do need to change, but treating every person who has come into the country asking for, yeah, I'm trying, Afila. I am trying. Who is asking for protection from the country that they are trying to escape because of persecution for who they love or their religion or whatever it is, just treating them as criminals, scooping them up, not giving them due process, which is guaranteed to every resident of the United States. It doesn't have to be a citizen. It is in your constitution. To bypass that and drop them off into what is aptly described as a gulag is so antithetical to what the United States claims itself to be. That's a huge problem, in my opinion.
I know.
And there have been 55 Canadians who have been scooped up in those raids, and one of them died in ICE custody. And they knew about his health conditions and did nothing to protect his health.
I heard something about that, the Marine thing. Yeah. My only thing was I did want to see the border get closed. Because being military, we worry about the people that are coming across that don't mean us any good. But it's just.
And I can appreciate that. But the majority of the people who are coming to North America, I will say, in general, are fleeing the same things that we disagree with.
I agree with
They
that.
just want to live a better life, and
I
they do
have.
not wish any harm. They
I
look at North America, and particularly the States, or they used to anyway, as a place where they can actually work hard for a living and raise their family in relative safety.
I have my opinion about. I think we should give a path for anyone that's not a criminal, that's been working, that's contributing. There should be a path for them to some sort of citizenship. I agree with that. I
But
only agree with technically getting rid of the criminals. I do agree with that.
Now, there is also a problem with saying you're not admitting someone with a criminal record, because some countries will convict you for something that you did not do.
That's true.
Strictly to ostracize you and keep you from being able to go anywhere else.
That I didn't know.
Yeah.
That's new. That I didn't know. Well, I thought they were talking about crimes that they committed in the United States. I thought that's
Well, that's what it should be. But then he put a quota on ICE and said 3,000 a day. And
really?
they can't just, there's no way they can pick up 3,000 criminals a day. So they're just scooping people up out of parking lots at Home Depot and Walmart and people off the street.
Now, they said they had warrants for some people there.
And they may have warrants for some people, but they are scooping up people who have not done anything.
They
just happen to have the wrong shade of skin.
They have warrants for a couple, and if there's 8 other people there, yeah, they scoop them all up. Yeah, I've seen that happen. Yeah, it's okay.
Exactly, Jay. They're waiting at courthouses and grabbing people. They're arranging for the cases, for their asylum cases to be dismissed. And then when they leave the courtroom, they're snatching them up and taking them away.
I know. I just don't have a solution. I can't myself figure out a solution to make that balance out. That's the problem. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, Eric. And yeah, there are people dressing up as ICE and snatching people up off the street and disappearing them. Like, again, I'm going to use the same term. It's a clusterfuck.
It is. I mean,
it's disgusting. It's being done completely the wrong way. And he's doing it primarily in blue states as a revenge thing because they didn't vote for him.
Well, I don't get that so much as the sanctuary cities.
They're primarily blue states still. They are in blue states.
They are.
Primarily.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
But I just wish
that's why certain celebrations for July 4th were canceled.
I know.
Because there was a fear that ICE was going to show up and grab people from the celebrations.
Are they really?
Anna. Yeah.
I didn't know they were still there.
Yep.
So that's the problem. I'm torn, because I want the criminals that are hurting people, they're killing girls and stuff like that. But I don't see the balance to get rid of them versus getting rid of all these people that are probably not doing anything wrong. That's there is such Biden let so many people in without being vetted. It's hard to figure that out.
The vetting process takes so long, and it is a mess, and it does need to be fixed. I don't disagree with that. But what he has ordered put into action, put
He
into
went
effect,
from Biden doing nothing to 0 to 100. There needed
it
to be
is
something in the middle.
being done with absolute cruelty and disregard for the humanity of every person that's being grabbed up.
Yeah, he just wants on paper this done, no matter how it happens.
Exactly, Afila.
I'm not going to use the N word there. That's too harsh. I've learned about World War
No,
II.
but it's not. There is a very strong comparison to what was done leading up to the Holocaust,
The thing
to
about the
what is
mask
happening there today.
is they're doxing those agents and endangering their families. I get that they're upset at the agents, but their families shouldn't pay for it. We don't want that.
They
But
were masking before they started grabbing people up,
I know, because
before
a lot of
anybody
them
got
are undercover
doxxed.
agents. Yeah, I know. I don't want to debate this too much
I
because
know.
I
And I'm
get,
sorry, but
but I understand your
it's
point. I do.
so incredibly cruel. I never thought that I would see something like that happen in this day and age. I never thought anyone could get away with doing something like that in North America in this day and age.
The problem is it was so the opposite for 4 years, because here's my biggest thing with opening the border. Nobody was being medically vetted after a pandemic, at the very least. That was my thing. And it
What
should
do
have
you
been
mean
a
by
little more
medically
organized.
vetted?
They
What do
weren't
you
being
mean by
sent
medically vetted?
when people were, they say we're a nation of immigrants, but they had to come through Ellis Island back then, and they were checked medically to make sure they didn't have a communicable disease. They
So
weren't
you're saying they didn't test for COVID?
anything really, but yeah. And so, yeah, they weren't doing anything medically after having a pandemic. We don't know what could have been brought in. That was my thing. My only thing is
Mm-hmm.
they should have been at least checked. And you know, I believe in letting people come in, but it was just too much for those 4 years. It was so what you have now is you have 4 years of Biden that's on this end. Now you have Trump doing it on this end, and we need something in the middle. And we're not getting something in the middle. And I don't know how to make that happen.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that has to stop. The billionaires and the corporations have to be booted out from contributing and bending the politicians to their will.
The
Because what
problem
they're
is
doing, in
politicians
effect,
want money.
I know, but the problem that I see is that your actual constituents are being ignored because of what the billionaires want and the corporations want. So the people that are supposed to be represented are being ignored.
Oh yeah. That's what I was saying, Afila, earlier, is I want a pathway for anybody that's here that's not a criminal, that is, contributing to society, that has been, we have a lot of people that have been here for years and years and years working and paying taxes. They don't get a tax refund because they're not legal. Anybody that's doing that, there should be a pathway.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that.
Well, he erased all of that.
Yeah, that's exactly the people. If they've been here 10 to 20 years and they haven't committed a crime, then no, I don't think they should be deported at all.
Yep.
Now,
Anna, I agree.
I am going to
And
say something about that, Anna, about the words on our statute. Because people say, we're a nation of immigrants. The thing is, even then, we had Ellis Island. People came in, they were registered, they were vetted. Because of my autoimmune disease, when COVID hit, I had to be isolated. So I have a big thing about they weren't vetted medically. That's my biggest issue. Even in Ellis Island, they were checked for, and if they had something medically wrong, they were quarantined until they could come into the US. And we weren't even doing that. Just the basics is what I'm saying. Yeah, it was. I'm not sure what you mean there. Hey, now, how are you? Did
the
I miss something?
donations from billionaires and corporations and the lobbying, there used to be a spending caps on what they could give to each politician and each party.
Oh,
And that
oh,
seems to
oh,
have
I'm all for
vanished.
that. I think every one of them politicians should be investigated. How do you come in as a politician with an income of $25,000 as a lawyer and now you're worth $10 million? No. Or Pelosi, have y'all heard about her? There is a
Yeah.
website that follows what she invests in
Mm-hmm.
because she has insider information.
I think most of those politicians are probably guilty of that.
Oh, they all are. I'm sorry. Both sides. Don't care. I don't trust
Yep.
any politician. But yeah, I'm like, you should not be able to invest in anything you have information on. All of them. I think they should all be investigated. Both sides. I don't care. I don't trust any politician.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember there was a
And
movie?
when they leave politics, they immediately become a lobbyist, which
Or
happens
they
here
get a
in Canada
job in the
too, by the
private
way. So we're
sector.
not just, yeah.
And the other thing, that's one of the things they're trying to institute in the military is these military guys, the what do you call it? The war industrial complex. Is that the right word?
Mm-hmm.
That make money off of war.
Yep.
They're trying to stop these generals or whatever for like 5 or so years getting a job in the sector that they were a part of, because when they're still in the military, they're awarding these contracts to these yeah because being
Mm-hmm.
military, you would not believe the waste we would see. This chair
Mm-hmm.
that I'm in, you know why I have this? Because if they're moving units or moving areas and it's not on their list, that I'm going to go into this a little bit more, they will put it in a scrap pile. Then I've always said that in units there should be a civilian oversight,
Mm-hmm.
because the money wasted, and I worked in the military police station. At the end of the year, around October for them, If they had not spent their budget, they had to spend it or they wouldn't get the same amount the next year. I got a brand new spanking mahogany desk because they had to spend the rest of the money. Whereas they should be getting a bonus if they save money.
Yep.
So much waste in the military. So much. Oh, it drives me crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Tom found so much stuff on the metal scrap pile because they didn't want to deal with it on their manifest list. Just don't know. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm missing comments.
Hi, Bilf.
Oh, Seal Bilf here?
Yes. Just popped in.
God, I wish we would fix any of that. Yeah. Honestly, I don't trust any politician, y'all. I just don't. Well, hey. Hi, Silvio. Good to have you. This channel's not about politics, but we got into politics.
I know. But at least we can discuss it without screaming and yelling and name calling.
Yeah, I mean, I get other people's, I can put myself in other people's shoes, and I get what you're seeing, over here. And I don't agree with everything he says.
Yeah.
But being military and security conscious because of our lifestyle, the border was a huge issue for us. It just was. And because it wasn't the people that needed to be here, we were finding Arabic paraphernalia on the border. They've arrested Iranians here. I worry about attacks again. That's the things that I worry about.
Yeah.
Because of, my husband fighting those wars.
Yeah.
And they found them. I can't believe, to be honest, that all these years something hasn't happened again. I've been really surprised, actually.
Yeah.
So all the other stuff aside, and the people that need to be here that are coming, the Haitians, oh my God, I studied up on their country. Have y'all studied up on that? The Haitians?
I've heard some. I can't say that I've studied it, but I have heard a lot over the years.
To make this as concise as possible, they sold off all their lumber like 100 years ago to pay a debt. I can't even remember why. So now their ground is disintegrating because they don't have any root system. So they can't plant crops. They have no food. There's cannibalism in Haiti because they don't have food.
And a lot of gangs controlling food that is donated.
Yeah, there's 2 warlords that have cut the country that are fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Those people, I'm all for staying here. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot send them back to that, and they are.
Mm-hmm.
No one dropped from the panel.
Yeah. Chumley's panels often have people dropping from the panel because they can't actually have civil discussions.
I only saw one of those panels, and that was like the first one with Jay and Pearl Snappy and Selfless. And giggling.
That was enough. Yeah.
That was, after that, I was turned off.
Are you not entertained?
And I was saying earlier, you weren't there this morning, but yes, that was it.
Yes, Bill. Mm-hmm.
That was it. It was actually before that. It started in like the 1800s or some stuff.
Yeah, Anna.
Yeah, I agree with that totally. I am sick to death of politicians making money. They're not here for us if they're here to make money.
Yeah.
And oh, I was talking about the Chris Rock movie called Statesman or something. Have you ever seen that? And it was all about, he found out that if you become a senator, you get your paycheck for life. So he got elected as a senator, but then ended up getting involved in trying to fix something. But the point is, we need term limits. And I don't think they need to get their paycheck for life either.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be voted in. They have to vote that in.
Exactly. Like, really?
People are freaking 80 years old and been in politics for 50 years. They need to go.
Mm. They should not be voting for themselves to change.
Exactly, Jay.
Words fail me. Term limits and age limits, yeah.
I get you.
And you know they're never going to vote that in, ever, because it's voting against their own interests.
Because I look at these old-ass people in Congress, Pelosi, and the guy that had a freaking stroke. Not
Yeah.
The older guy. Oh, I forget his name. Starts with an M.
Mitch, is it Mitch?
Mitchell. I think
Mitch O'Connell, is it?
Mitch
McConnell. Yeah.
Literally on air had a stroke. And he doesn't get relieved of duty? Dude, they should be retired playing with their grandkids. Why in the hell are they still in Congress? It's power.
Yeah, Fetterman's not. Well, I mean, yeah, he got elected, didn't he? Yeah.
He had a stroke and kind of got normal. A little bit.
I mean, he's been at least very upfront about the ways that he is managing his deficits. Oh, McConnell didn't even acknowledge that he had the stroke.
They propped him up. The dude should be at home resting. Why do they want... The only reason they would...
Because he doesn't want to let go of his power.
That's it. Pelosi broke a hip recently, and yeah. What? I couldn't imagine working at 80 years old.
Yeah.
Oh, let me know, Eric. For sure. 4 p.m. Wednesday. I'm probably open that time. Oh my gosh. Did they finally get rid of her?
Absolutely no promises.
Did they finally get her to step down? Because they proved that she's got dementia. She can't do her job. That's my biggest pet peeve right there.
Mm-hmm.
Term limits, age limits. And I don't know how to fix that.
And honestly, if they're supposed to be there to represent their constituents, they should have to pass mental and physical exams before being able to retake office or to take office.
Or just ongoing,
Yeah.
Every time you get reelected or something. Because
that's what I meant, but yeah.
I've had that thing about elderly driving cars that after a certain age you should get retested. Why? Because I drove with my grandmother in the 80s whose hands were so messed up she could not drive, and she scared the bejesus out of me driving. And then my mom lived in this really small town, didn't even have a traffic light. And the Avon lady was ancient and drove this big Cadillac. And
Was
everybody
it
knew
pink?
she should be. Huh? What?
Was it pink? Was
No.
the
It
Cadillac
wasn't
pink?
Mary Kay. It wasn't. Mary Kay is pink. She was Avon.
Oh, right. That's Mary Kay. Yeah.
Well, everybody knew she should be off the road. She backed out of her driveway in front of a teenager and killed him because the road was like 50 miles an hour. So that was when I was, fairly 80s or 90s. And I've always had an issue with, I think over 50, 55, every so many years you have to take some sort of test.
Yeah. I disagreed with a lot of John McCain's politics, but I really appreciated the fact that he had absolutely no issue with going in and voting against party lines when he knew what they were doing was wrong.
I read his autobiography,
Mm-hmm.
but he didn't get elected.
Yeah, Bill.
There you go. Yeah, that or 5 years to be honest.
Yeah.
After say 50, 55. I'm 56. Maybe after 60 because I'm okay. But I'll be
Well, I
honest,
think
there were
I'm
some years
okay
I
too,
could
and I'm
not.
62.
Yeah. So I mean, we got to pick an age, I guess.
I would say 65, it's the generally acceptable retirement age,
True. Yeah.
except that some have tried to move it back. But
Mhm.
65, I think, is a reasonable time or age to start doing mandatory testing.
I agree because I think that's about how old my grandma was when that started to be an issue. And we're talking
Yes, Anna.
Ohio in winter in the snow, and she could barely hold the wheel.
Mm,
I I wanted. I asked her to let me drive, and she wouldn't let me do it. And she had a
yeah.
big, huge, like 69, 70 Impala steel
Mm,
car.
mm-hmm.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
uh, who did that?
John
Not.
McCain.
Oh, so yeah. That was so. It was quite a while ago, and I wasn't
Yeah.
following politics as much as I do now.
It
So I
was
don't
not
know that.
long before he passed away.
Oh.
I think that was his last vote, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Bill.
Oh my God. So, oh my God. And I can't say anything or complain, but because it's so hot in Texas, people mow at 7 o'clock in the morning because it gets hot.
Oh,
And oh my God. I get it and I can't complain, but I get what you're
yeah.
saying. No more wars for a foreign power that can take care of itself. Oh, I agree with that too. Yeah. I'm tired of being the country's police force. Here's the thing. My husband, 21 years in the army, when he went to Iraq, he thought he was doing a good thing. He thought he was saving those people from a dictator and that there was a good reason to be there. Twice. Actually, three
Hmm.
times. And now he knows different. And he has PTSD because somebody wanted to save some oil.
Yeah.
Because, and he has PTSD. Not, he never went out on missions because his last tour had a bad back. So they put him on the gate. This may be triggering if you want to mute. My husband has PTSD because his gate was the gate to the hospital. And when there was civilian casualties, they came there. And there was one time where they bombed a market in the civilian city outside, and there was 50 casualties that came in. And he had to decide who was going to live, who was going to get taken, who wasn't going to make it. I found this out from my son. My husband didn't tell me this. I don't know if he's still on. But I just found this out recently. He said there was an 8-year-old girl he was trying to save, and he was shoving gauze in the holes. And he said she didn't make it. And he said the last thing she remembers is I was hurting her.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, he felt like he was doing the right thing because Saddam Hussein was a bad dictator and gassing his people. He was. But the way they went into Iraq and didn't secure the border and secure things, they just went in so damn fast. And Tom was 15 miles from the Iran border, and these insurgents were hitting them all the time because they didn't go in the right way.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what I was answering now. I just kind of went off. Oh, America being the police force.
Wars. Yeah. Wars for a
job.
foreign power that can take care of itself. Yeah.
Yes, I agree with that completely. The world and other countries. I do agree with getting rid of the nuclear Iran thing. Because I just saw a clip of Iranian women giving up their babies for sacrifice. To, I don't know what, it's part of their religion, I guess. It was weird. I guess to help their country in some way. And if they're willing to do that to their own babies, what would they do to everyone else? Iran's a little crazy. I don't think they should have a nuclear weapon. I do agree with that. But like the Ukraine and all the other stuff, they got to deal with that shit themselves.
I kind of disagree with you about Ukraine because Russia is bigger and much more equipped than Ukraine. And Ukraine didn't do anything.
Right. No, I'm with you there.
Except exist.
You know why I follow a guy that follows that. You know what made me feel very I do agree with you on that one. There are times because I couldn't they were a very westernized country, Ukraine. And when it first started, I thought about me living in my house in my town. And what would I feel like if I was getting bombed by another country every day? Because
because Putin wants to rebuild the USSR, and he has decided that Ukraine needs to become part of Russia again.
Yes. So there's an oversweeping thing that I said, but then you have to look at each individual.
Yeah.
I guess.
Which is why we have NATO, I believe, and the United Nations, which all, as far as my history memory, which is faulty, I admit, came about after World War II.
I'm not sure either.
And if someone in the chat can confirm or correct, that's cool. Please do. Yeah, I agree with that, Bill.
I disagree. Iran, for many, many years, has said death to America, regardless of whatever else is going on.
That is also because American troops kept going over there to change the administration there because they wanted the oil. If there was no cooperation from the government of the day, America would go in, usually the CIA first,
which is
to
I did a
manipulate
whole show
things
on their
to
progress.
to get rid of the government that was uncooperative and help install someone who would be more cooperative.
We
So
already dealt with that
I'm
one.
not saying that they're right, because I disagree with death to America, but at the same time I can kind of understand why they feel that way.
Yeah, to a point, yeah. Because my husband, the first time he got shot at was in 1989 when he went to Panama for just jungle training. It was around, he left in November, December. And on Christmas Eve or so, they decided to oust Noriega. Now, America had propped him up for years, but they decided they didn't like him anymore. So my husband's getting shot at, let's see, September, October, November, 4 months after we got married because they didn't like their dictator anymore that they installed.
Yep.
So, yeah. So, yeah, it's so complicated, this crap.
It is.
You know, for many, many years, I didn't follow politics. I didn't vote, nothing. But the last, 10 years or so, I've paid attention. Yes, sort of, Jay. I bought it, haven't really done anything with it because I get distracted. I need to get that crap off the ground. I've got people that want to help. I need to get that stuff off the ground.
Yeah, Fila.
Oh, which part? Which part?
The changing of getting rid of Noriega because they just
Oh yeah,
decided.
totally
Yeah.
hypocritical. They propped him up when they would do their bidding, and when he went a little off the reservation,
Tom, you got a problem with
we're
this?
talking about you. Totally talking about you right now.
You Beetlejuiced him.
What we were just talking about is when you went to Panama, we got into politics, which we're not supposed to do, but we did. So I just got done talking about how, when you went to Iraq, you thought you were doing a good job because they had a dictator, blah, blah, blah. Then I just talked about how, the United States propped up Noriega. And then when he did stuff they didn't like, they sent you guys in to oust him. And my husband gets shot at 4 months after we got married. I have to go pee. You get to take this, Tom.
Okay, hurry up because I have to go too.
Oh no! You know what, Tom? Can you come on live for a minute? I don't know what he's doing right now. Tom, there's the invite. Can you come on live for a second? I don't know if he can even hear me. I have to pee so bad. Let me call him. I really want him to.
He said sure.
Oh, hit the link there, honey. Hit the link. Because we are in this realm of what you have dealt with. And I'd really like you to come on.
Yeah. But we both have to pee, but we can listen.
Yeah, we're going to bring him on.
Do that.
Just click the link, hun. Okay. I have to pee. I'm about to pee my pants. He doesn't come.
Hurry up, Tom.
Hurry up. Oh, there he is. There he is. Sort of. Wait a minute. I see you, but you will need to connect their mic cam before you can add them. I've never seen that before. What? Oh, Tom, you need to connect your mic and camera somehow. I've never seen that before. Oh, add to stage. There he is.
How about now?
Okay, I
Okay,
got
good.
your voice, but not camera, which is fine.
That's okay. As long as we can hear you. Bye.
Yep, we gotta pee. So we were talking about Noriega and Iraq, about how you thought you were doing great things. There you are, hon. You thought you were doing the right thing, and now at your age, you realize maybe not so much. Can you see the chat? Eric, can you hear me, hon?
Yeah, I got to figure out how to. I think I got to turn off YouTube.
Yes, you do, because you'll hear an echo if you don't.
Yeah, because
Just mute
you guys
it.
are saying like the same thing 5 times in a row.
Yeah, mute it. Uh-oh. Are you there? Oh, he froze. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. I have to go, whether he's on or not. I'll be right back. Oh. Excuse me, puppy. Look out.
Okay, so I hope I'm on. I can't tell.
You're on, Tom.
I can hear you.
Yep. I can hear you too. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Hi.
Noriega, he was just a bad guy,
Yeah.
and
Whew.
he what he was doing was he was just involved in a lot of organized crime. He was using Panama to move drugs in and out of all of the Central American countries, including America. And so that's why they went in. But the last straw was there was a family, a military family that was there, and they got kidnapped and raped and killed.
Oh.
And so Bush was like, well, no, that's the final straw. We got to put an end to this. But as far as all the other stuff, I mean, I really thought we were going to Iraq to really do something. And come to find out, it was all just a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
I was,
Oh, okay.
after the
Tim's
fact, I was
back.
really not happy that we were in Iraq for so long. I was like, oh, well, good. But, you know, we got Saddam, but why are we still there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I really supported him when he went, especially the first time. And the second time was 2006, 2007. So 2004, 2005 was the first time. 2004. Right?
Yeah.
Anyway, we really thought he was doing good, that they were getting rid of this dictator that was, he really was, though. He was gassing his people. And
I mean, yeah, there's no doubt
biological.
Saddam was a bad guy, and especially
Right.
his sons. There's no doubt that
Oh,
he needed to be taken out. But
tell him about Uday's palace that you lived in the Lions.
one of Saddam's wives, she really liked animals, and so he had a palace just for her that was like a zoo.
I thought that was his son's Uday's palace you lived in.
Uday liked to entertain there.
Oh, okay.
And so what it was is she liked all these animals. She had all these cages with all these exotic animals and birds and peacocks, but they also had this really large centralized lion's den. And the lions had their own little they had this stone hut that they created, and it had a pool, and it had this great big giant cage. And Uday and Saddam, they would entertain there. And a lot of times they would have business meetings there. And to get his point across that you don't cross Saddam, they would feed somebody to the lions. And so by the time we got there, you know, everything's all bombed out, and the locals had taken and eaten most of the animals, except, of course, the lions.
Tell him about, because when he got there, the lions were still there, and we have pictures. I was trying to find them on Facebook.
Yeah.
What the lions would do when you walked up.
Oh, a lot of soldiers, especially, we would all go and take pictures of the lions and stuff. And but the lions were very interested in us. They
would drool.
Yeah, they would drool, and they would just. Let's put it this way: when we first got there, there was a detail to clean human remains out of the lion's den, and then they brought.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah, they brought in a bunch of UN specialists and veterinarians, and they took care of the lions. And we had them. We still had them there for about 6 months, and then they finally came and got them and took them to a zoo.
Because Tom was there early on when they started living in tents, and then he was in the palace, and they found the remains of women in the lions. Anyway, if you told them no, that's what happened to you.
Yeah.
So Tom and I felt like he was doing the right thing, going in there and saving these people from these evil dictators, which really they did.
But
really they did right away. But
the thing is, when we pulled out so suddenly, it created a power vacuum. And now, I mean, what they have there now is just as bad or worse. Mm-hmm. So we really, all that time and effort, we really did nothing. It was just worthless.
Postponed it. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I mean, Iran was sending you, what were they, mortars on you? You were close to the border.
They have a specialized IED, and what it is, it's a copper plate that has a shape charge behind it, and they called it an EFP. And I forget what all that stands for, but we just called it extremely fucking powerful, because we didn't have any armor that would defeat it. So this thing, when this IED went off, it would go through a tank. So imagine, Humvees and trucks, and so if this will go through a tank, it'll go through anything. We had nothing that could defeat it. Well, Iraq did not have the infrastructure to build this thing, and so all of these were coming from Iran. So really, after the first 6 months, we weren't fighting Iraq anymore. We were fighting Iran and Syria.
Mm.
Yeah. And like I said, when they went in so fast, they didn't secure the border. And so that's why Tom was getting mortared all the time, because they just wanted to get to Baghdad and show that they did it. Oh. And he was there 3 times. The last time he was there was after he retired. He went as a civilian contractor in 2010. And he came home 14 months later. If you guys remember, they had 5,000 soldiers left in Iraq, and they pulled them out and left Tom and the civilians with no protection.
Yeah, I woke up one day and there was no soldiers. They were all gone.
Whoa.
And so I'm
with no warning.
Yeah.
I'm FaceTiming him. And so now, instead of a mortar every once in a while, 15-minute mortar on the base he was in. He's constantly, we're live streaming on Skype or something, and he will run to the bunker, and I'm looking at a blank screen.
Mm.
Yeah, when it happens, you just have to up and go.
And it took him months to get them out.
Jay's asking, how long were you there without protection?
Months.
No, well, yeah, that was about 3 months.
God.
Because he worked on he's a refueler. He worked on an airfield.
Yeah,
And
they still had the State Department there. And so I was,
at the embassy, you were on an airfield on a base where there's no soldiers.
Yeah. Well, they had Iraqi soldiers. So,
okay.
But, yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that all the soldiers left, and they left all these civilian contractors there with no protection. No way to defend themselves at all. So, anyway. Anyway, I'm glad you told your story about that because.
But yeah, as far as Iraq and Afghanistan, I mean, I just can't believe what a wasted effort it was, and
all the soldiers we lost.
How many thousands of soldiers? How many thousands of civilians in Iraq and Afghanistan were killed? Because, I mean, the Iraqi people, they were the biggest losers in all of that because, you know, they weren't fighting. Iran was fighting. Iran was sending their people into Iraq to fight against us. And as long as we were there, they were going to do that. And the civilian people are the ones that really suffered.
Yeah, the Mogadishu bombing, it was a market. And I mentioned this earlier, Tom, but I didn't go to they because you were on the gate for the hospital, and they bombed these civilians market, and all these casualties came in his gate. Women, children, civilians.
We were right outside of this little town on the Iran border called Muqtadiya.
Oh, I was wrong.
But yeah, every time what it is we had a lot of civilians that worked around the military and around the base, and whenever they would get paid, you know, they now they've got some money and they're going to go buy some food and they're going to go buy pavilion, you know, all the different stuff that anybody that gets paid might go do. And when they go to market, you know, every once in a while somebody would put a bomb in the market, knowing that
every once in a while. This one was bad. It was on freaking like CNN and Fox News. It was so big.
Yeah.
And it was Tom, his subordinate, and an interpreter. That was it.
Yeah, that's all I had.
All the casualties, and he had to decide who was going to make it, who could go to the hospital, and the medics, asshole medics, every time his whole year he was there, would wait 20 minutes before they would show up to make sure there wasn't a secondary bombing. So he would have to deal with every single casualty for at least 20 minutes. And he didn't call me for 3 weeks because he had to go to the shower fully clothed because he was covered in so much blood.
Oh.
Yeah, I got to go.
All right.
We'll talk to you guys later. Have a good night, everybody.
Thanks, Tom.
Bye. We don't talk about it much.
Yeah.
I didn't even know this stuff for the longest time.
It's horrible.
And and we find out 20 freaking years later it's about oil.
Yeah.
So I have no trust in our government. None.
It is always about resources when it comes down to it.
Money. Money, money, money. Money, money, money. I don't believe one politician is in it for anything but the money. The only thing I can hope for at the very least is we get somebody that may try to look good and try to do some good things. We're never going to get an altruistic politician, I don't think. That's just my opinion.
I think the closest you have right now would be Bernie Sanders.
I know. And I used to think he was the worst of the worst. But not so much.
I do also still like AOC and the Texas Congresswoman. Oh God, what's her name? She's a black
Crockett?
woman. She used to. Yes, Crockett.
I'm sorry. I have a little problem with Crockett. I do.
Why?
I have a little problem with her. Some of the stuff she says is a little over the top.
I think that's kind of her style as a formerly prosecuting attorney, maybe.
Now,
but she does it to make a particular point.
I know, but here's the thing. I found out about her. She's a lawyer. She has a law firm. Her law firm made
a civil rights attorney.
$25,000 in her first year. Now she's worth $10 million.
I did not know that, but I do see her doing the work.
I know, but all of them, even her, even it, can't trust it. She's worth $10 million, and her law firm didn't even make $25,000 before she became a politician. That's what bugs me about all of them. Not their left, right, whatever. There needs to be something put in place about this money making shit. Either they're not allowed to invest in anything they have to do with in Congress, at the very least. They can't invest in, say, Boeing if they know Boeing's going to get a new contract. You know, I don't know how to explain it. But there should be...
Okay, I just looked up and I've got a fact check for you.
Okay.
I just looked up Jasmine Crockett. There is a fact check.
Okay.
It says, does she have a net worth of $9 million and own properties worth $5 million? No, that's not true. Her latest financial disclosure reports that her net worth is somewhere between minus 46,997 and 29,999. Crockett said that a post claiming she was worth millions was a lie, describing the story as outlandish. The claim appeared in a post on X, of course, in February 2025.
Where are you seeing that?
I did a search, and it is...
Search where?
It's on a site called Fact Check.
Okay. I'll check it out.
I can put the link in the chat for you. Give me a sec.
Okay. That pisses me off. This is why I only follow YouTubers, because news. I heard this on the news. I can't trust the freaking news at all.
Oh, sorry. It's called leadstories.com.
How many politicians do we think are working for the people? I'm just sorry. I'm cynical. I just am. How many politicians do we think are 100% working for the people?
Yeah. I mean...
That's the sad part.
Yeah.
I wish to God we could have politicians that want to do good and want to do the will of the people, but they're not.
I personally feel like if a politician is not corrupt when they go into it, it's very possible that by the time they get out of it, they will be corrupt. because
Yep.
there is so much
agree.
money and power being thrown at them.
I agree. Because they're like, did you even in Evan Almighty with
Who?
uh,
Oh, Evan Almighty. Okay.
where he's in politics in the Ark movie.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see it? Did you see that movie? I can't remember. Was it Evan Almighty? Okay, so it was. Hold on, let me find it. Anyway, it was about him being in politics, but God was calling him to build an ark in modern day, and it really went over, how corrupt and everybody has to scratch each other's back in politics.
Yeah.
It was really about.
Well, see, I miss the days where people would cross the aisle and work together for the country.
I know.
Instead of
happened at one time.
encamping for their party only.
I know. It's. I don't even know how to explain it. But yeah, I'm old enough to remember when sometimes that would happen.
Yep.
Now it's so divided.
Mm-hmm.
It's an ego. So many of them, it's an ego trip.
Yeah.
They don't want to give in. And that's. It's so.
Honestly, I think that also, I'm not sure if which one comes first. If it's the behavior in government and politics that affects the people and their attitudes, or if it's the people and their attitudes that are affecting the way their politicians are behaving. I can't say which is which, but
I don't think politicians listen to people. I don't.
No, and I think that the anger and the frustration and the determination to only see it one way, and it's got to be my way or the highway attitude, it's like an infection.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't cure it if you don't address it. Never and Aaron, no, I don't think I did.
Yeah.
Oh. Did I just lose internet or did Kim? Oh, you still see me Friday? Okay, so maybe it was Kim. She must have gotten knocked offline and she'll be back as soon as she can. You always remember the line, with all this money coming in from all sides, how can anything ever get done? Exactly. Kim got so excited she booted herself. Yeah, Friday. She'll be back. Gee, I don't know how to do this. No, I'm kidding. Your computer went down. Oh, okay. Well, plug that thing in, Miss Kim. Yeah, I just, and I'm sorry because I have a tendency to be the one who always drives us into the political discussion, even though I know Miss Kim does not like to actually talk politics. So I apologize to Miss Kim and everyone else, but at least it has been, as we said, a respectful conversation where we can all express our opinions and our views without attacking one another. because that is something that I see as being sorely missed in this day and age. And the media is not helping. Politicians for sure are not helping. And I don't know, us regular folk, we cannot be trusted, apparently. Okay, Kim. um, I just, it's, I just, over the last 20 years, I would say at least, I have really noticed it getting worse. And I have to admit that I have dipped in and out of paying attention to politics in Canada and in the US. And unfortunately, right now, a lot of my focus is on the US because it's noisier. I do still watch what's going on in Canada, and I am not for any reason saying that Canada is without fault, because that just would be a lie. I guess I'm kind of holding my breath because, unfortunately, I can see certain factions in Canada trying to go MAGA maple, as we call them. And I'm really hoping that they don't get a foothold, because that's the last thing we need. Or maple MAGA. I think it's maple MAGA. Anyway, but I do appreciate all your patience with me for driving this conversation in this direction. Oh, and I think, yeah, maple MAGA, yeah, it's the Canadian version of MAGA that they're trying. Some people are trying to bring forward. They were really pushing in our most recent election, and I think there were a lot of shocked people when our Conservative Party did not take office. And a lot of it, honestly, had to do with Trump and his big mouth. He kind of helped us in that way. There she is. Trump actually kind of helped us in that way to save us from getting stuck with maple MAGA. But we are not immune to all of that stuff. Oh, Eric, it wasn't that long. And welcome back, Kim.
Yeah, my computer died.
Yeah.
It didn't give me any warning. It was like, gone. What? 10 to 15 minutes. Did it take 10 minutes? I did it as fast as humanly possible. Oh my God. I was running around. Oh my God, I got to run and get my charger. Because I'm in the living room. I have one extension cord with one plug-in. Guess what was plugged in?
Oh, no.
The light.
Oh.
So I ran in the bedroom, got the charger, plugged it in, got it. So no light.
You still look good. Don't worry.
Yeah. I'm so beautiful. Oh, goodness. I'm glad. I didn't know if it would kick everybody out. I've never had that happen. I'm so glad I went on my phone and I was like, oh, she's still on. Thank you. Good. Thank you. My co-host is awesome. Thank you. Well, the only thing I heard was Maple MAGA. What the heck is that?
That's the Canadian version of MAGA.
Do they really call themselves that?
I'm not sure if they call themselves that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Just checking.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I didn't realize.
I have not actually heard any of them.
Yeah.
But there is a movement that tried to get a foothold. I'm assuming they're still trying, but they were not terribly successful this time around.
Okay. That's all right. But I heard a little bit what you were saying about politics and us and discussion. That's why I call us the adults in the room.
Yeah.
Adults in the room can have discussions where they don't agree without all the other bull crap.
Yeah.
And that's the part I love about YouTube and doing stuff like this.
Yeah.
Because I've said many times, if we all agreed, it would be boring. And I learned stuff from other people. I've learned a lot tonight.
And I agree. It's a shame, honestly, that more people do not pay attention to people outside of the US, because we are not as influenced by the parties and the media, because we're not in it. We're observing it from the outside.
I never thought of that before because I never looked at it or researched it. So
I have to say that it is often said, sometimes by Americans, but often also by people outside of the US, that Americans have a tendency to forget there is anyone outside of the US unless it directly affects them.
That's true. I agree with that.
And
why would I care? That's rude. But I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I agree with that in a lot of ways. I do. But that's true of a lot of countries or people that not sure.
What the hell is Nardwuar?
Yeah, I don't know what that is either. Hey, please explain, Seal Bill. I'm a little confused.
Yeah.
Grateful to Canada for Nardwuar. The hip flip matters. Mark Carney did it. Who's Mark Carney?
And Bilf, I do not want to envision Doug Ford, let alone drenched in maple syrup.
Did I miss something? Oh, I see that now. I'm not highlighting that then. I just saw that. But I think that's the biggest why we're okay in even the SBTV community, because we're okay with differing opinions because we all have a common goal, whether it doesn't matter how we get there. Oh, here we go. Nardwuar.
The human serviette, really?
Okay, explain further, because I kind of get it, but I don't. Nardwuar, the human serviette,
is a brilliant music journalist and a colorful character from Vancouver, BC. Nardwuar must comment on more than music.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm guessing.
Anyway, Scooter Mom, that's why I like you being on here, because you and I have a lot of things in common. Well, we don't have everything in common. But
yeah,
it's not going to hurt things. It's not going to cause a rift. We can have differing opinions. And I like that. I really do.
Yeah. Me too. Because you give me a view to your experience, and I do the same for you, and we can respect that and learn from each other's experiences. And that's literally the way I grew up.
I don't even know how I got here, to be honest. I lived in a very black and white world for many, many years, especially
Mm-hmm.
being an army wife. You know, it was very black and white. It was not until YouTube and watching creators and listening and learning apart from mainstream media, which I don't trust. I used to listen to mainstream media and thought it was the be all end all and God's word until I did my own research, until we had the internet, to be honest.
Yeah. Thank you, Anna. That's making more sense to me now.
He's a famous Canadian. Oh, okay. Okay. I wouldn't mind listening to that first. If you have a link, go ahead and put it in there.
They can't because they're not mods.
Oh, okay. I forgot.
Let me see what I can find.
Email me that link. I'll put my email in here real quick. You know, I love learning stuff, to be honest. It's probably why, you know, I got so involved in Scientology.
What the heck?
I still don't even know. I do know, but I don't know. You know, I've seen a lot of atrocities in my life. Narwhals.
Yeah.
The whale. Okay. I'll do that.
Okay, here we go. Human serviette. Official website.
I love history. I love learning about Egypt and just all kinds of stuff. I love learning. And I think that's what got me so involved in Scientology, because I deep dived and learned. And I would love to learn more about Canada. I really don't know enough.
Okay, give me a sec here. Present. Share screen.
All right. Do you guys need to go pee-pee? All right. The fireworks have stopped, and now my doggies want to go out. So give me just a minute, because
Okay.
they haven't been out for hours. I'll be right back. Come on.
Let's see.
Come on, puppies. Come on. Go play.
Oh, we're not sharing the screen yet. I'm here. I'm looking at Nardwar's YouTube page. Let me see. I see a lot of celebrities. See if there are any shorts. Ah. Was hoping that was real and not just another updog type of deal. I don't understand, Aaron. I also like Stan Rogers, but after Nardwuar and Stan Rogers, I've pretty much exhausted my knowledge of Canadian culture. Bill, you do pretty well.
My puppy.
Okay. I do have a page waiting to be approved.
Oh.
Here we are. Okay. So this is Nardwuar's YouTube page. I'm looking at the shorts. I see Nardwuar versus Canadian election. Can we play that and see what he's got to say? I will. I'll start it.
Go ahead. Oh, okay.
Oh, sound.
All the different party leaders and ask if they will do an interview / hip flip. Mark Carney did a hip flip. Jagmeet Singh did a hip flip. Elizabeth May did a hip flip. But
oh my goodness.
I'm still waiting to hear back if Pierre Polyev will do an interview with me. I'll keep trying. I won't give up because that's what I do every election. Paul Martin did the hip flip game. John Kretschmann did the hip flip game. Justin Trudeau did the hip flip game.
That doesn't surprise me.
Jack Layton did the hip flip game.
Now that I'm not surprised by.
Sorry. I removed it for a second. What's the point?
Sorry?
What was going on?
I guess that was a variety of politicians that he interviewed, and he got them to play this game where they have to flip the hip to get that thing to go around all the way.
That.
So it's just like a fun thing as part of it.
I get the fun
Famous
part.
for finding really old photos and memorabilia and giving them to famous people. Oh, that's cool. Yes, that's a hip flip. Yeah, I I'm glad I looked at the shorts.
Yeah. I like fun stuff. I do. I like fun stuff.
Yeah.
About politics. Anytime you can do that. That's cool.
Yeah, I like to see the politicians loosened up.
Yes.
So that, they're not just, following the script.
I'm going to say something about that. When they get all over Trudeau about the blackface.
Yeah.
I hate it when they take something and abuse it. He was being Aladdin. I mean, come on. I get that was just Halloween.
And if you look in the context of when it happened, people weren't quite as concerned about it in certain circles as they are today.
Of course. It's no different than politics, SBTV, Scotty, all of that. They're going to grab whatever they can and exploit it to make it look bad. Do
I think it's the right thing to do? No, I think he could have been Aladdin without the makeup.
True.
Personally.
But
as a person of color.
It wasn't like...
No.
Sorry.
It wasn't. Blackface is traditionally, and I hate to put it in that term, when white people would put on the blackface and make exaggerated big lips by not putting the makeup like around a very large area of their mouths,
right,
and act stupid and clumsy as a caricature of a black person.
Right.
He was not doing that.
Right. He was not. Any intelligent person would know that. And that's where I hate mainstream media, because they do that crap. Sorry.
And it's very much in mainstream media. It's either they're holding a particular political view and never straying from it. Like you're either fully left or you're fully right, and usually pretending to be centrist. And they always have to do the, well, this is what happened, but let's listen to this side explain away what happened because we can't offend that party.
Yeah.
I miss, and I know I sound really old, and I am not old enough to have actually watched Walter Cronkite do the news, but at least he told the news. He didn't inject his own view of what was happening. He just said what happened. He didn't try to interpret it for you.
I remember when, I can't remember his name, way back, when he got fired because he said something about Bush. And it was wrong. Something about cocaine. I don't remember. Now they can say whatever they want and there's no repercussions. And people watch whatever side, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And they watch that and believe it to be the truth. I do my own research. Dan Rather, that's right. Thank you, Sue Bill. Dan Rather was a well-respected journalist. And he got some wrong information, probably from a source. And he got fired. If he did that now, nothing would happen. That's my thing.
If you miss Dan Rather, he has a Substack that he's very active on.
Still? Really? Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Oh, check it out.
He used
I wasn't
on Twitter, but I don't look at Twitter very much anymore, so I don't know if he's still on there. But he used to be very active. Yeah, he used to be very active on there. But once he got the Substack, I was like, okay, now I don't have to look for him on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm not married to the guy. It was just compared to what's going on now.
Yep.
There's no accountability in media.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what's so disappointing and why I go to creators that I've watched and I trust because I've paid attention and checked their information. I don't blindly follow anybody anymore.
Yeah.
Even Aaron Smith-Levitt.
Yep.
Go back to SBTV. I don't blindly follow him. Like, oh my God, he's so great. No,
exactly.
His personal life is fucked up. Just saying. That's not why I follow him.
Yeah.
He was the guy that got me into this. He jumped into my feed when I was bedridden in 2023, maybe. And he used to just do videos, and I binge watched a year of his videos.
Yeah.
And about 2024, he started going live. He said, I'm going to go live stream because I don't like editing. I took that from him. That's why I don't do pre-recorded videos.
Same.
I learned that from him. Thank you. I'm not the only one.
Oh, no.
And I'm sorry, but his channel's big because he has good information.
Exactly.
I don't care.
And he's figured out how to present that information in a digestible way.
That's the key. That's the key. That's the key.
Bilf.
Oh my God. oh my God. I'm gonna screenshot that shit right there. Comrade Aaron is never wrong. Lone Star of the Revolutionary Golden Army. And that's what they think about anybody that is in his chat or follows him.
Yeah.
You know what? He might be a POS in his personal life. If he was evil incarnate, I wouldn't watch. But
Yeah.
I've gotten so he has inroads to what's that word he calls them?
Under the radar.
Under the radar people. He gets information and he teaches us, and because he wasn't in Sea Org young, he didn't go through the shit that Nora and Laura and all them went through. I get that.
Yeah.
He doesn't, there's things I disagree with him about because he doesn't see it.
Yeah.
But damn, he has a lot of good information. I can't just nix that out of my life if I'm going to protest Scientology. And I get punished for that because I'm in his chat.
I live by the take what you need and leave the rest.
There you go.
And I, as much as what the survivors have gone through has influenced my desire to do something to stop the abuses of Scientology, I do not look at them as anything other than human beings with flaws who have gone through a horrible experience, just as much in some cases as the rest of us. We're all human beings. I don't put them on a pedestal above the rest of us.
Exactly. And the anti whoever we're supporting thinks that we're just totally into, what was it, the cult of Aaron?
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, I'm not. No, not. I'll say this: he did respond to a couple of my emails. To be honest, about when Austin opened and all that was going on. But he's really good about ignoring a few emails too.
Yeah.
I was trying to start a website that first year, and I bought it.
Yeah.
And I tried to get with
Claire
Headley 3 times. She said, contact her. Never heard anything.
Yeah.
Then I got Aaron. Never heard anything. And I let it go. I get that. They're big. There's a lot of emails. Good, Mom. I suck at emails.
I know.
So I can't.
You suck at text messages too.
I suck at any of that crap. I don't know why. It has a lot to do with the fiber brain.
Yeah.
Because when I was in the hospital, they finally it was called social anxiety. Believe it or not, I have social anxiety.
Yeah.
And I'm on YouTube. But anyway, I digress. What? It jumped out. Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's an old guy. He's probably done.
He started his Substack, so he puts it all there, because that was when Elon bought Twitter and turned it into a dumpster fire. Substack, it started out as blogs, and for the most part that's what it is, but they can also now live stream from Substack. Yeah.
How do you, because
I have not spent a lot of time on there. I have a free subscription to a few people on there, but unfortunately I have a lot of other things that I pay attention to, and only so much brain power per day.
I get that.
So I haven't spent a lot of time, but I get notifications, and some people actually do live interviews on Substack, because I've seen that in my notifications. I haven't watched any of them, but I know it's possible. But Dan Rather has a Substack account, and I don't know how often he blogs now, but when he first went there, he was blogging pretty much daily. Yes, Bill.
Oh. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. I might. I have never checked it out, to be honest.
Yeah.
Um, Again, like you, God, I only have so much time and brain power. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
There,
No, I get it.
I
Mhm.
appreciate anybody that gives me this information. Any of the channels that is watching DOS. I don't. The other one I don't know. That
Dad Ant.
Hellgear.
Yeah,
Hellgear
Hellgear's been doing a lot
is
of it lately.
spending
Yeah.
all this time watching so much BS and clipping it. And I'm like, I don't have that kind of brain power to do that. And I
Mm-hmm.
appreciate anybody that does.
Yeah. Yes, Tom DeVot.
Yeah, I know Tom
Um,
DeVot is.
I I thought I heard something about Surge, and yeah, I heard Miriam's on there as well. Yeah.
I'll check it out. But I'm sorry, but I haven't even watched Surge or Miriam in a long time. I just
Yeah.
don't. You only have so
Yeah.
much time in the day. And I
Yeah.
appreciate everybody. I love anybody that's, fighting against this cult. That's why we're here.
Yep.
But
I have a hard time watching Surge's videos because he's very intense,
totally agree.
and that can be a little too intense for me.
Me too.
Even though he
I
has
can't believe you agreed
really
with that
good,
because me too.
yeah, he has really good information. It's
He does.
just a
He's
little
very
too intense for
passionate.
me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's very, very passionate. And I love to watch him, but I can't do it all the time.
Yeah. It can be draining. I'm sure it can be draining for him as well
It is. I'm sure it is.
because,
But what
he's
was cool
revisiting
about
that.
Surge is he changed the whole narrative early on. He even got Aaron to understand that auditing was child abuse. I get that Aaron did not go through a lot of what others did. He
Yeah.
had a different path. And I get that with him and why he's so moderate in things. And
Yeah.
then we get Serge and Jenna and
Mhm.
those that went through Laura, Nora,
Yep.
that experienced way worse. And I get that from Aaron. He doesn't quite understand that. But
The thing that I like about each one of those people that you have mentioned is they each have their own style of sharing the information, and it is valuable in its own way.
yes,
And each you we are all free to pick and choose who we watch and for what reason. We're
exactly.
allowed to have one person appeal to us in a certain way rather than another for whatever reason.
Yep. Exactly. And and that's what I like about YouTube. But then I like that about YouTube. But then I miss a lot of stuff because
Yeah.
I don't listen to this or that or the other. Because I don't have 24/7 to spend on it. And I feel left out in a lot of ways in information. And there are
Yeah.
other people that do have the time that I try to listen to
Mhm.
get the info.
Yeah.
It's there's a word I want right now. It's a maze.
Yeah.
It's a maze. Sometimes I feel like I'm in a maze trying to keep track. There's so many creators and so many channels. And I'm glad for that, Afila.
Yeah.
You know what? I think that's good for her. She's told her story. We know
Yep.
her story. She doesn't have to do it every day. It
Yeah.
can be debilitating, I'm sure.
I have to say, I'm really feeling the void of Natalie
Yeah.
because
Oh my God.
she's busy working away from home and apparently working long hours.
Yeah.
And I'm happy for her that she's able to do that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, she really connected a lot of the pieces for a lot of us because there are so many channels.
Yep.
And she was able to pick stuff. I mean, granted, it was things that people sent her,
Right.
which, by the way, I'm just going to throw in a plug for Scooter Report. Always need clips, please and thank you.
Scooter, they need to take up the gap there.
No, Scooter Report, the Scooter of Scooter Report has her hands full.
Can I say something real quick that I've actually talked to my husband about a couple times?
Mm-hmm.
I know your cutoff is 1,500.
Uh-huh.
But I'm thinking you might have to raise that a little. This is my personal opinion. That I don't know how many channels are at 1,500. I'm worried when I get to 1,490, which I did a couple times.
Yeah.
But maybe not even that, but maybe have a short part of your show
Mm-hmm.
cover anything that's going on. Because Natalie isn't there, you may need to take a gap, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like that hasn't occurred to me. I would need a lot more participation from the community to be able to do that.
You would. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, no.
And
yeah, I get
at
that.
this point,
Totally.
I don't have that.
Yep. I know. We need to figure out how to make that happen. Because I know you're not getting enough clips. I know you're not getting enough participation. Yet your show is important.
I'm also kind of handicapped because now I can't even do the clips on my computer. For whatever reason, it does not let me do clips on the computer. So I have to use my cell phone to do the clips, which is kind of working, but it's like adding an extra 2 steps for me to do
I
it.
was sending you on Amazon today when we were talking?
What?
I bought you a computer.
Kim!
Yep.
Oh my God.
But the Postal Service fucked it all up. But I have a second computer ready to send as soon as I get confirmation the other one's been returned. It's not expensive. Matter of fact, I had a budget, and when I went to USD from Canada, it wasn't that expensive. And I was going to call it your C meter for your computer things. Because your show is important, and I wanted to support your show. I didn't want to upset you. But I
No,
knew
you didn't upset me. These are like happy, shocked tears. Oh my God.
It's not the best computer in the world, but I thought it would cover you till you could save up for your own.
Thank you so much. Although I think people are kind of probably going to miss the computer Thetans.
I know, it was cute. It really was. It wasn't that big a deal. I know.
Oh my God.
I thought you were stressing so much. And I was like, it's we didn't care. But the one that's I don't think it's getting sent to you. But I have a secondary one I have ready. I'm waiting to find out if it, I think it got returned to the sender. I think that's what
Okay.
I've been reading. As soon as that happens, I can get a refund. And you have 2 years of accidental spills and insurance. So even if you
Thank
drop
you.
that son of a bitch on the floor, they'll replace it. But I had a budget. And then when I went to check out and it went from Canada to USD, I was like, oh, that is so much cheaper.
Yeah.
It wasn't that expensive. So
You may have just achieved the impossible and rendered me speechless.
I just my job
gosh.
is extra income. We don't need it. And I want to do something for you because you've been so supportive of my channel.
Thank you so much. I cannot express how much that means to me.
I think I can.
Oh.
But so
Oh my God.
I was scratching out all this the stuff I sent.
I see all these black lines and I'm like,
all
what
the prices and what it was. Because I knew originally you thought it was t-shirts.
Yeah.
Letting that go. And then so this is what's been going on, you guys. There's a strike in Canada with the postal workers.
Well,
so
it's not fully a strike. They just refuse to do overtime right now because the contract negotiations fell apart.
So I send it. First, it says it may be delayed. No big deal. Then, like a week later, it says undeliverable. I'm like, and you wait a week to get your refund. I'm like, okay. Then I'm watching and it says something about delivering. Then I realized today, looking at the list, it said return to seller, shipping, tried to deliver, couldn't deliver. I realized it wasn't to you, and I thought it was. I think it's going back to the seller. So I sent a message to the seller. I know.
Yes, Aphila. Oh my gosh.
So anyway, if that one gets returned, the new one I actually think is a little better. So as soon as I get confirmation it's been returned and I can get my refund, I will send you the new one. And you will have a new, fairly decent computer. Not great.
Yeah.
I think it'll be. I was gonna send you a note that says, "Here's a C meter for your computer thing." But I realized with all the confusion, I had to tell you what was going on.
Oh my God! Thank you so much, Kim.
Honey, I love you so much. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
because I've been in your shoes. I've been there.
Yes, Eric, she really did.
So, I had a question.
Wow.
You like black, pink, blue, or purple for the new one?
Purple.
Purple. All right. It's purple. Because I didn't know how to ask you that.
If you got a choice, it's purple.
Okay. You get purple.
Okay. Thank you.
As soon as I get confirmation that crap has been returned to the seller, I don't know what the heck is going on.
Yeah.
I'll order the new one. And so I had to go to Amazon Canada.
Uh-huh.
I had a budget. And then when I went to check out, I was like, okay, we're in budget. And then it went to USD. I was like, it went down here. I was like,
yeah,
that's cheap.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. It's not like going to kill me or break the bank. But I knew at least I was trying to feel you out on what was your computer things. Was it your computer itself or was it your signal?
Yeah, it's I think it's just I think it's the RAM. I'm not entirely
Oh,
sure.
you're getting 16 RAM. I won't go
That's
with 8.
definitely
I had
better
an
than what I
8.
have.
Huh?
That's definitely better than what I have.
I hope so, because I had a choice between 8 and 16. I've had 8. My old one was 8. So I went with 16. Here's the thing. You know how I research? So the first time I ordered, I only had 3 to choose from, and I researched the CPUs. 2 of them said not good for multitasking or video editing. I'm like, well, that won't work. The third one, actually, the one that's getting sent was refurbished, but it was a high-end refurbished, and everybody said they loved it in the reviews.
Yeah.
And that's the one. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. So at the time that I ordered that, a couple weeks ago, I only had 3 to choose from. Yesterday, when I started researching again, I had a lot more choices. I don't know what changed. Yeah, so I searched CPU, what you could use it for, RAM. No, not RAM. Storage. Your storage may not be high, but
that's okay. I have thumb drives and external hard drives.
There you go. That's what you'll need. So I put that to the side because I'm the same way. I might have to get an external hard drive. I knew you need to be able to video edit, live stream, and that's what I was concerned with. And your RAM. RAM is important.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
I love you, honey.
I
You've
love you
supported
too.
my channel since day one. I wanted to. You deserve it. And your show is important. You highlight, the smaller channels, and that's important. So we'll talk about it later.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh wait, we got what we got here? Lenovo. Yeah.
Yeah, Eric, mine's a Lenovo.
Oh man, I ordered
yes, Afila. I know. And you know what? I haven't rebooted today. I did reboot yesterday.
Oh, I missed that one. Oh, yeah, I know. I've been working on this for a couple of weeks.
Wow.
So hopefully, if I can confirm that son of a bitch has been returned, I can send the new one. And the new one was 1-day shipping.
Oh wow.
I was trying to check out last night and it wouldn't work. We'll figure it out. Anyway.
Yeah.
You said purple, right?
Yes, I did.
Purple is my favorite color. All right, got it.
Yep, mine too. We went through that a long time ago. We're the purple girls.
Yeah. So I didn't even know how to work it. I went into my Amazon and figured out how to go to Canada, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I had this budget that I put on the side and all these things. I go to check out and it dropped like $200. I was like, the heck? Holy
That's our exchange rate for you.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. I was like, oh, heck, I can do this.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. It's not the greatest, but I figured it would. I heard you saying you were saving up. I was like, well, this can hold you over until you can do that and get something, way better.
I really appreciate that.
It got the new one that I want to get. Honestly, the one that's getting returned, I'd rather replace. The new one, people loved it. And one person said they were video editing, they were doing all this stuff, and it was great. And I knew that was important.
Yeah. I mean, I do not edit. However,
well,
I stream.
I do a lot of video stuff.
Yeah, I do a lot of clipping. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm a researcher, so I looked hard.
Well, I'm a broken record right now because I just can't say anything else, but I so appreciate this.
I know, but it's okay. Your show's important, and we need you to not have computer Satans. What brand?
Yeah,
Shit.
yeah, what brand is it? Yeah. I have to admit that I have kind of thought about trying to expand the Scooter Report to sort of fill the void left by Natalie. But like I said, I do need more participation from the community. I want to be able to do it. But, you know, like everyone else, I only have so much time. Right. And it's really hard for me to do it all myself. And I really do appreciate the clips that are sent to me. But I'll tell you honestly, it's a good week if I get 3 clips sent to me.
I know, and I wish I would get on that more too. I need to get on that more for you. Okay, the one that's getting returned. Hold on. I'm trying to look at it.
It just, I guess it kind of irks me, and I realize that, like, I'm still not the person that everybody thinks of to send clips to, but I see so many people in chats, and yet no clips.
And I will be the worst one too. I'll be honest. It's a lot of it for me has to do with I don't edit. It's hard for me to clip.
Yeah.
And I get that. We need to figure out how to get that out more. We're just going to have to work on that. And I need to work on that because I've had some good clips that I need to send you, and I don't. I'm just very... Anyway, the one that's getting returned is an HP EliteBook 840 G7 14-inch Core i5. I researched the CPUs. I'm really sad about it because everybody said it was a really good computer. The new one I'm sending is hold on, if that NOTODD. Never heard of the brand, but it got a lot of good reviews. 12 gigabyte, 512 gigabyte. Hold on. I got reading glasses. 1920 by 12, 2x screen, dual Wi-Fi support, cooling fan, numeric keypad for bit. Shit, I don't know what this shit means. The 16-inch, 12 gigabyte RAM, 512 hard drive, and purple if you want it at 14-inch.
Yes, Sophia, but the new one is purple priorities.
Hold on, let me show you the purple one. Hold on, can I bring it up? Oh, there's the purple one. Can you see it? I don't know if you can.
Can you angle it a little? Because I'm just seeing white screen.
Yeah, I know. Oh, shit. I don't think it'll work. No, it's not working.
No.
I'll send you a picture of it. Let me screenshot it. Okay. But anyway, that one got a really good review too. So if I can figure out what's going on with the other one. The new laptop, I've never heard of this brand, but it got a lot of good. It's not a replacement. It's more of it's good. Might hold you for a while because I heard you saying you were saving up for a laptop. It'll cover you for that.
Well, thank you.
So
I really do appreciate it.
No.
Can I tell you what else I'm saving up for that has absolutely nothing to do with Scientology and the Scooter Report? They're holding a supernatural convention next summer in July in Toronto. And yes, Jensen is scheduled to be there.
Next July?
Yes.
We need to talk. I'm coming. I'm getting a plane ticket. I'm coming. We need to talk. I'm coming. Because I've been wanting to come visit you anyway. But I've got all this other. I'm trying to get my grandkids here. I'm trying to go see freaking Jen in this month. Next year, I can be planning. I'm coming.
Oh, that would be great.
I want to come visit.
But you got to get caught up. You left off somewhere.
I do. Yes, 10, 10, I think. Yes, I do. And I got a year to do that. We'll be fine.
Well, it left, as far as I know, it ran out of its license on Netflix, so I don't know where you can find it.
Oh, no. I have a lot.
Yeah, you're going to have to search around to see where you can find it.
No, not Netflix. Hold on. Where can I stream Supernatural? It says Netflix, but Sling TV, I have that too.
Oh,
YouTube
okay.
TV, I have that too. Apple TV, I have that too. I'm good.
Okay, good.
I'll find it. You know why I have that many channels? Because I pay for my kids.
Uh-huh.
My son and my daughter use my Disney, my Netflix.
But you're not supposed to share your accounts anymore unless they live in your house.
Legally.
Oh.
I do that shit legally. I pay the extra to have the multi stuff. Because
you're a nice mom.
My kids are poor as shit.
Yeah.
One of them's going to school and one of them lives in California, so I pay for that crap.
See, you're the nice mom. I'm the mean mom.
I know.
Oh,
I'm like, they have given me more trouble in their 30s than they ever did as a teenager. It's driving me crazy.
Oh.
Yeah, it was getting awkward when you thought it was the t-shirts I was sending you. And then I had an invoice from Amazon I was trying to black out. And then I was like, screw it, I gotta tell her.
Yeah. When I asked you if you had a tracking number and then you sent me this invoice and I'm like,
Eh? Yeah.
How am I supposed to find a tracking number on this?
I told Tom 2 months ago I was going to do this. And he was like, okay.
Oh, wow.
It took me a while to shop and find the right one. Because I'm picky. And I research, so. What one of the reviews said about the one that didn't come said a refurbished high-end computer is better than a low-end computer. I was like, oh, okay, great. But the purple one though, there's a girl. One of her reviews was like, I do this and this and this and this and this and this on it. It's great. I'm like, okay.
Wow.
I read a lot of other stuff, but
yeah.
Whew. So anyway, we'll figure it out. It might take a week or two. Trying to wait on what the heck is going on with the other one.
The computer thetans are now going to act up because they realize they have limited time left.
Yes, they do. They are on notice. On notice.
They are about to get evicted.
Yep. Exactly. So just tell them they better not act up anymore. So,
oh,
anyway,
boy.
Who's still here, by the way? Nobody's chatting.
Well, Afila's still here. I think Eric is probably still here.
Or went to sleep. Just kidding.
Yeah.
What time is
I
it?
think,
Holy crap!
well, Bilf was here. I'm not sure if he's still here. Yeah, I know.
Whoa, we've done another long one. It's 4
Yeah,
hours
we
and
did.
42 minutes.
We haven't done it in forever. So, I
We
mean,
haven't.
we were due.
Yeah, yeah. It's so much fun doing this, though.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all,
Yeah.
wake
We
up.
covered a lot of stuff,
We
right?
did. We did. Aaron's still
Never
here.
and Aaron's still here.
Aaron's
Yep.
still here. Right on. Oh, Eric's still here.
Oh, Eric. Won't let you in on your profile.
Oh yeah, that's happened before. If you're not paying the extra money and they use it in another location, they'll be like, "Oh no, you can't log in." That's what's going on there. Yeah. Honestly, my grandkids watch it and stuff, so I don't mind doing it a few extra dollars. But I told you about my son and the insurance.
Yes. Oh, going back to speaking of Jensen for a moment.
Okay.
He has a new show on Prime.
I saw that.
Countdown. Oh my God, it's so good.
Is it?
4 episodes already. And
oh my gosh.
It's a 13 episode season. And they dropped the first 3 episodes last week.
Oh no.
I pulled an all-nighter, Kim, to stay up and watch.
I have binge watched 8 and 9 episode shows all night. Let alone.
I mean, it started at 3 a.m. for me last week. I was up until 6 to watch the whole thing, the first 3 episodes. It's on
his weekend. We have started like something that's 8 episodes and watched it all night.
Yeah.
I'm a binge
watcher. Yeah. Do you have Prime?
Yep. Oh my God.
There you go.
We get
look for Countdown
every other day. It's to the point where last summer I did the cooler thing with the drinks and snacks for the delivery drivers.
Oh yeah.
That's how much crap we get.
Yeah.
So I got to tell you the story though. It's hilarious. So because we've been working nights, we leave the dogs out a little longer than we normally would when it's hot. Normally we don't.
Yeah.
And so Tom went out. And we have cameras. There was a delivery driver that showed up and said, "Hey." Tom looks around and finds this package with this little pink purse in it that's been mauled by our dogs.
Right? Oh no.
So he's like, "Oh, my dog chewed it up." Then we look at the camera footage. That MF took that package and chucked it in our yard, right in the middle of all the dogs.
Oh.
Knowing they were going to chew that. And then he has to come back and be like, "Oh, I need that back." Yeah, we've had that a couple times. Yep, me too.
Yep.
Me too. It's 3:22 for me.
It's morning time for Aphila.
Scootermom, what time is it?
She's in Australia.
What time is it
for me?
You? Yeah.
It's almost 4:30 in the morning.
You're an hour later than me. Okay.
Yep.
I thought we were the same time for a while, but not so.
Nope. I am 1 hour in the future for you.
Yeah, just like my relatives in Ohio. We're used to that.
Yeah.
So. Oh, I think we're winding down, aren't we?
I think we are. I'm still just like, my brain is still blown. So
That's okay. We'll figure it out. I have Amazon Prime. Yeah, me too.
Yep.
It went.
My daughter has Amazon Prime, and I pay her to use hers.
My daughter uses mine, which is, I don't understand how they don't catch it. She's in California. I'm here.
Yeah.
And she uses my Walmart Plus.
Wow. Hey, Becky.
Delivery.
We were talking about you.
We were a couple hours ago.
Yeah.
You're covering the Swatty whatever trial.
Yeah.
Just all I care about is you tell me, oh, he's either in jail or he has to leave.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about.
Becky, you're still going to show up to the court appearance on Monday, right?
Were your ears burning? It was a few hours ago we were talking about you.
Yeah, that's true. It took her a while to get here.
Yeah. I'm sure her ears were burning. She's like, what's going on out here?
Yeah. Rib Guy was here earlier. You missed him.
Yeah, we'll be very interested to know what happens in court next week.
Yes.
All I want is him to disappear.
Yes.
That's all I want.
You know, it's too bad a judge can't order someone to leave the state and never come back.
Can't they?
I don't think they can. They might have been able to in the Old West, but I'm not sure that they can do that anymore.
That sucks. That was
I know.
what would happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how that would work. I don't think I've ever heard of it happening. I know that people have been banned from entering countries, but I don't know that they can do that with states.
Yeah, usually, well, not usually.
Becky, and so you should.
Yeah, you deserve that.
Yeah.
So, all I know is from personal experience is when you're on probation, if you want to leave the state, you have to get permission.
Yeah.
And then you get sent to their probation department.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
Yeah. I don't know if someone can be ordered to leave a state, though. There she is. Hey!
Oh,
Not a
hold on, what
laptop
did you
answer.
like?
Oh, darn it.
I had dollar bills ready.
that was from a different show.
I would have.
I wonder which
No.
one.
But I'm not a laptop dancer. I think it was when Bernie had her laptop stolen.
Who?
Oh.
Who had their laptop
Yeah.
stolen?
Bernie, MLH's wife.
Yeah, MLH's wife. And
What?
yeah, I guess she had it out. I don't know. It was somewhere where somebody just kind of came in and took
dang.
it.
Oh.
Yeah, right? Fucking people, I tell you. Can't do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I know, right?
But
Yeah.
all this smoke, oh my God, it's getting to me. And it's not me smoking, it's the fireworks.
Yeah, the fireworks.
Oh.
I remember, I'm in South Central. They don't give a fuck. They're going to do what they're going to do.
I'd be worried about any smoke or fire where you live.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
So Becky, did you have a good time for the 4th with your hubby and family?
Did. Yesterday we went out to a casino. It was a long drive. So many people were trying to get out of here. So we took a nice, about a 3 hour drive. But normally it takes about an hour and a half.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
And yeah, and I spending time with him in the car, even though it drives me insane. That's the only time we fight. Oh my God, when that man is driving. I'm the fuck this shit. I'm switching lanes, keep on going. He drives in a straight line.
Oh my
I
goodness.
love the man to pieces because he is so safe in his driving. Um, oh my God. I love my husband. I love my husband and his abs.
Mine too.
Yes, his abs.
Oh
Mine has to
God.
drive so nice with me because I get motion sickness.
Oh.
Mm,
It's like so nice when I'm
yeah.
in the car.
Mhm.
Oh no. We were, just kind of enjoying the view, the mountain.
I miss
Um,
California. I really do.
oh, I love California. I
It is beautiful.
really, in all honesty, love California. I can't stand the politicians, but that's a different story.
We had that discussion
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
sure.
we did.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's the only
It's
problem.
oh gosh,
Do you know where Riverside
you
is?
know. Oh yeah.
That's where my daughter was.
Yeah, I have family that live in. I have family all over California, but I have family that have a ranch out there in
Oh, cool.
Paris, actually. In Paris,
She's
and
actually outside of Riverside, but I have to be vague.
I know that.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, yeah. Now they're gonna go looking for every ranch in Paris. But yeah, and then this from the same family, they also have a home in that area, and I'm gonna tell you, those houses out there when they first started developing, they have huge backyards.
Hmm.
Huge. We're talking about
Wow.
2 and 3 acres. Yeah, and let me tell you, it's an oasis in their backyard. They really worked hard at it, and um, yeah. So I mean, I love all of California. That's the Imperial.
I loved
Oh my
living
God.
there.
Out. Yeah. What is it called? What do they call
Did.
it? Oh my God, my
We took it
brain.
for granted. We was poor as crap when we lived there. Now we
Mm-hmm.
wish we would. We were in Monterey. We didn't go to the
Oh,
aquarium or nothing.
beautiful. Beautiful. Monterey is beautiful.
I
That's
know.
why
Oh,
you
wow.
know.
I hear the fireworks.
Yeah,
Oh
I do
yeah.
hear it.
That's just an everyday. That's just every day. Today
Wow.
was a bit. Oh my God, they're still popping them. It is 1:30 and these people are. You know what? I don't even
I
know
got the
who's in
same
chat.
problem.
Hold on. Hey,
It
sorry
started
guys. I'm
yesterday
like,
for me.
It's okay, Becky.
hey Eric. I'm like, I wasn't looking at chat because I came in and I'm on a phone, so looking at chat looks like
Yeah.
really tiny, tiny little letters.
Yeah.
And I'm blind. I can't see sheesh with anything. I was already in bed and then I saw the link and I said, oh, hell no, I'm hopping on.
Oh, I got a link. You're special.
Yeah, I just been really, I have, if you notice, I haven't been in many chats.
I've noticed.
Yeah.
I did.
Well, there's so much, um, there's just so much going on
Yeah.
with everyone there. My anxiety gets to me when I start seeing all these people arguing and fighting,
Yeah.
and
We were talking about
Yeah.
that earlier. That
the root of all of this is what's his name?
Hmm.
And
yeah.
he will I be there on Monday? Yeah, I have to check and see if he hasn't
We had
canceled
a long
or
discussion about that asshat.
Yeah.
yeah, uh, I don't even know if he's gonna
I
be
don't
there,
want to
but
give
for
them
all
the
I know, they're
time,
probably
but
gonna
it's
postpone it.
necessary.
You know what it is that I don't think we defend ourselves to him. or for
Mhm.
him, I should say. I think we do it for the people we care about, and the lies that
Yeah.
come out.
Mm-hmm.
To me,
I
it's
don't
like I
care about him
really,
at all. I really
yes,
don't.
I really don't give a fuck
But he
about him
causes
or
so
what
much
happens to
destruction.
him. But then you have those people that believe him. And these people you care about, and you're like, oh, come on now. If you
Yeah.
haven't known or seen me or whatever, okay, fine. Well, I understand. Um, but then you have those that you've met in real life, and you
Mhm.
treated properly, or you've spoken to them, or you communicated with them, and you know that you have always treated them properly, supported them. Um, and now, because of his lies that either they chose to believe, yeah, they chose to
Mhm.
believe, now they have this perception of you that's completely upside down. And I think those are the
Yeah.
Yeah.
ones that we kind of speak about and more defend uh, ourselves for
Mhm.
than him. Because I don't give a fuck about him.
No,
Yeah.
none of
You
us do
know,
really. It's just
no,
Yeah.
the
I just don't. I don't wish
destruction
him
he
any harm.
causes.
Yeah, I don't wish him any harm. I really don't give a fuck. But
I
you know
just
what?
want
He
him to
caused this
disappear.
issue. He caused this issue himself. It wasn't
Yeah.
Lara. It
Yep.
wasn't Nora. It wasn't anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Me,
Mhm.
Danny, all the long list of names
Yeah.
didn't cause this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Um, but because these mold spurs go into different chats and then they kind of start
Mold spurs.
planting those little seeds. Oh, yeah, they're mold spurs. I am
I love
so
that.
highly
Mold
allergic to
spurs.
mold.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, mold spurs, they kind of go everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
Black mold, to be exact, is what
Yep.
I have in mind every time I think of them. They start in there. You don't really notice it. You might see it, and you might be like, "Oh, I'll clean it later." And before you know it, your whole wall is all black of mold or whatever. That kind of
Yeah.
what he reminds me of.
Yeah, it was a good
And
analogy.
mm,
Mhm.
yeah, he's that. And no matter what you use on it, you can even bleach the damn thing, and it won't go
Mhm.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's no, hell no. Mm-mm. You gotta
I'm
tear
hoping
down
next
that
week
damn
will
wall.
change that
It's on
somehow.
Yeah.
Monday. He has the felonies on Monday and the misdemeanors on Tuesday.
Okay.
Again, are they gonna act for a continuance? I'm sure they will try. Um, I'll be there.
Okay.
Uh,
We're gonna watch.
on I'll be there on the 7th.
Okay.
The
Mhm.
8th Tuesday probably not, but I want to be there on the 7th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I already said
Felonies.
it, and I already, the last time I kind of kept it hush hush. You'll know when I'm there, kind of a deal.
Yeah.
But this time I made sure he knew, and everybody else knew that I was gonna be there. And I can almost guarantee you that there's gonna be people that come in and support. I don't give a fuck. You
Yeah.
see, you can say, yell, whatever you want. Just don't put your damn hands on me. That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
Because those words, it's not like what the only difference is that they're actually gonna say it to my face, but they've been going all the way around and talking shit about me all over YouTube, internet, TikTok, wherever
Yeah.
the hell they want to post.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so nothing that they say to me in person is gonna be shocking.
Exactly.
You already had four of them come at me. Well, three, because
Mhm.
one of them they just kind of looped in there. I don't even know where the fuck that guy came from. But no,
Just do
I mean,
you and don't worry about them trolls.
Yeah.
that's so funny because when I went there, I didn't speak to anybody. I didn't know who was what. Um, so I didn't know who was supporting him or who was. You don't know
Yeah.
what's gonna come your way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when Tanya first came to, I saw Tanya and I remembered her from the encampment. I remember her still supporting Scott even after the encampment. So, and she doesn't YouTube. And I stopped watching Scott. Sheesh. So I didn't know
Me
whatever,
too.
who else he had called a bad actor at that time.
Mhm.
And so when she first saw me, she took a step took a step to give me a hug, and I backed away because I'm like, oh no, we ain't doing this.
Mhm.
And I said, she said something, and I said, well, aren't you here to support Scott? And then that's when she told me that Scott had whatever the bad actor list, and I went, oh, okay. I went inside the courthouse. I did speak to the bailiff and I said, when can we go in? Because Scott was on the other side. I just saw people around him. Laura wasn't there yet. What's his name? Douchebag. What's his name? Dodge wasn't there either.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Um, so
I
when
stopped
I got,
watching him too.
oh, fuck his ass. He's a liar. And so I just kind of, it was a packed courthouse. And people got up from a bench. I went and I sat down in that bench looking around because, again, I'm going to be hyper vigilant.
Mhm.
And I saw who I now know is Moxon sitting on another bench. And I thought he was just an attorney with a client. Again, how many of you would know what Moxon looks like?
Exactly. Yeah.
Nope.
I
Really.
heard of him, but I wasn't there shredding Lisa
Oh, I
McPherson
forgot
files
about
with
that
him.
accusation that you were talking.
Hmm.
You're talking
Yeah.
about. Oh my god.
Yeah. So then I asked the bailiff, when can we go in? He said, you can come in now. I went in. I was going to sit in the front row. And then I'm like, nah, what if this mofo decides to swing on a bailiff? I'm going to
Mhm.
be caught in the crossfire.
Mhm.
So I
Smart.
sat one row behind. And Tanya sat all the way in the back. And then Scott came in with the attorney. I now know it was what, White Snake. Um,
Mhm.
the court still hadn't started, but they tell you to shut down your phones, turn them off, airplane mode, whatever. Um, and then that's when I saw Dodge come in. By then, Moxon and Jennifer had already sat in the front seat in um, the very first bench. So they were in front of me. Um, I don't remember if it was exactly in front of me or if there was one row. No, I was on the second, so it must second or third. Anywho, they were sitting in front of me. I noticed that they kept looking back, but they weren't exactly looking at Scott. So I thought, oh, maybe his client is back there. So I kind of scooted out of their way, like I don't want to be in the middle of you trying to find your client.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Um, the only thing I remember thinking was, damn, that girl has perfect eyebrows. Turns out it was Jennifer. But it wasn't like I went to her and was all like, hi, I love your eyebrows. And okay, now just picture this. Um, I walk into a courthouse. I see Moxon and I'm all like, hey, buddy, how are you? I didn't know who he was, right? I go inside of the courthouse. They're sitting in front of me. I can't see him because he's not the one looking back. It was Jennifer, who I now know is Jennifer.
Mhm.
And I'm looking at this lady, not knowing who the hell she is, and thinking, did she get in trouble? Is that her attorney? What is she doing here? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And then I remember just thinking, boy, she has perfect eyebrows. That lady doesn't have a hair out of place. I mean, so yeah, I think she was sitting in the bench right in front of me because I'm blind as a bat. And I remember those fucking eyebrows. So, anywho, can you imagine me telling her, hi, lady, I've never met. I love your eyebrows?
Yeah.
as we're inside a courthouse. Maybe if we would
That
have
would be
been
weird.
outside, I would have been like, girl, you got some eyebrows on fleek, you know? But imagine me, they already told us to shut down our phone. Um, I'm trying to look around and make sure that nobody comes up from me, up behind me.
Mhm.
I'm not thinking about anything else, you know? Can just imagine a quiet courthouse, the judge talking to um, what the clerk, the court clerk. I'ma really be like, hey lady, I like your eyebrows. Can you let me know what kind of eye pencil you have?
Okay.
Jesus.
Okay.
So I didn't talk to them there. Dutch would uh, it Dutch would have, let's see, Dutch came in a bit after that. He looked around. He was gonna sit in front of Scott. And then he changed his mind, looked at Scott, and he's all like, I want to apologize for all of the confusion I've caused, or whatever he said. And there's
Mm.
Scott. I'm going to
Too
be
little,
suing
too
Dad
late.
Aunt and Doss and Aaron, and making it very loud. These are Scott's words. I'm in the middle of a lawsuit against Dad Aunt and Doss, and you use Dad Aunt words. And he's all like, I'm sorry, and completely sticking his balls up his down his throat. And I'm all like, oh boy, damn, you
Mhm.
really putting it on thick, right? So now I'm looking at Dutch like, dang, dude, you crazy. I guess that money must have stopped pouring in. That's why you decided to all of a sudden apologize to Scott. So they were having a
Mhm.
conversation. I was being nosy as fuck. So I was going to be listening into that conversation. I was not going to be looking at Jennifer and going, I want to hear that conversation, but let me talk to you about your eyebrows. Or me going, yo, lady, what are you in here for?
Oh my goodness.
This is so fucking hysterical. Okay, so now, whatever. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. And I'm thinking, boy, oh my God, you can really put on a show, right?
Mhm.
Anywho, whatever was said by the judge, his own attorney asked the judge a question, and the judge was all like, "Oh, you're asking me a legal question? Like I ain't your personal attorney, fool."
Oh,
So
jeez.
now court is adjourned, or whatever you want to call it. Now it's time to go outside. I go outside now. Dodge had been coming and going from the courthouse because he was going up to the fourth floor, suite 400, or courtroom 400, because I still remember the number. I don't know why. And it was about ZDT. He was going to go watch whatever was happening up there with him. I don't watch ZDT at all. Um, so I'm like, ooh, damn, I'm leaving. I'm about ready to leave the courthouse. Dodge, I believe, had already left, or else, because, yeah, I think he already left, because I sat there thinking, should I go up to the fourth floor and be nosy? That's what I was thinking when the DA and Tanya were talking. Um, what's his name? Moxon was around them, but not, like people are coming out of the courthouse, they're kind of talking to each other. So it wasn't like they were addressing the DA or talking to the DA. They were, I don't know, maybe 6 feet away from him. Um, so Tanya says something to the DA. The DA turned around, looked at me, and um, I'm like, hmm. I'm still thinking, should I be nosy Rosie and go up to the fourth floor? Um, I knew Tanya. I had heard Tanya make a comment about, I'm just letting you know something about her ex-husband. So I thought, oh, she must know this guy, right? But they're looking at me, and they kind of waved me over. The DA, or assistant DA, asked a question, and I looked at him like, what the hell is he saying? So they kind of call me over. I go over there, and Tanya says, do you mind if I tell him? Tell him what? Everything that happened with Scott. And so all I'm thinking is, again, I don't know who's around here. There might be a Scott supporter or a Scientology bullshit. By then, it was like, I don't know who's who. Hell no. And I'm thinking Scientology because it's got, what if they bring Osa, the infamous Osa in to see and be spies. So I tell the DA, these walls have ears. I'm not, I don't feel comfortable because he wanted my name, my phone number, and I said, I don't feel comfortable here. The walls have ears. So I'm not saying nothing. And so the DA says, well, let's walk over there. Look, nobody's around. We can go walk over there. It's a little bit more, not secluded. What's that other word? Private. I don't know. I don't remember the word he used. But anywho, we had to go through some doors. And then there was a big conference room and a hallway leading to that conference room. So Tanya was in there. It wasn't completely closed out to the public. It was, I think, after do not come in through the double doors, employer, or something like that. It's one of those stupid comments that tell you can't go in there unless you're special. So people are still kind of coming and going. And I still don't feel comfortable saying shit. And so Tanya was telling him, well, they were harassing her, and he asked, are you a protester? And I said I was out there in support of the protesters. I was out there. And then he says, I said, and this is what I told them. It's not really him making any threats. It's not really him that does all the harassing. It's his chat. And he says, oh, I know all about the chat. And then I said, I even had one of them ask me about La Santa Muerte, which is, you can call it the angel of death. You can call it
Kim?
The saint.
Becky, hang on a second. Kim, you still with us?
Yes.
Did I put you to sleep?
I'm listening.
I'm sorry. Are you tired? Go to bed.
A little bit.
Oh, hi, Afila. Isn't a reporter supposed to be neutral? Yes, Afila.
Oh, I'm listening.
Please excuse my snack.
Okay. I was just worried because I was suddenly only seeing the top of your head.
I have that effect on people.
I've been up since like 9 o'clock this morning, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
yeah.
I told him about the death threat, and he said that he knew about it. I said all this harassment, I told them about Sandra trying to dox my kid and all of that, and he said they knew all about it. That he knew all about it. Oh yeah, we're aware of that. So nothing I said to him was new
information
or revealing. He told me very clearly that he already knew about it. Oh, okay. Well, hey, thank you very much. That's all we need to talk about. See ya.
Yeah.
So, I'm trying to walk. I'm now walking out of there with Tanya next to me, and we're heading over to the elevators. Wow, what a coinkity. Sorry, I feel I wasn't keeping track of the. I can't see the chat because it's so tiny, so I'm sorry.
There's not a lot.
Yeah, so then.
I was working on
it. Yeah. So I see Scott first, and then the SP stands for sleeping peacefully.
God, I wish I could sleep that good.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
insomnia
So,
like crap.
oh well, look at me. I'm still up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I work nights now,
But
so this is normal for me.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No. So yeah. So getting towards the elevator, that's when I see first I see Scott. Like, hello, you can't miss him. That's who I was looking for.
I know, right?
Making sure that he wasn't gonna come behind me and hit me over the club or something.
Never
With the
can
club.
tell.
So yeah. So
Hmm.
I'm about to head over to the elevators, and we both kind of reached the elevators at the same time.
Hmm.
So when I saw them heading there, I kind of again took a step back.
Hmm.
And I look over my shoulder, and Tanya says, I'm going to stand right here. So Moxon and Jennifer is who she went and stood next to. Didn't say
Mm.
anything to them, wasn't like, yo, hi, how are you? But obviously she knew who they were. Again, I hadn't really talked to her.
Yeah.
And so I'm like really curious, very confused. I am again heading towards the elevator, and I'm like, oh, I guess she's gonna go talk to those attorney friends. Again, I thought he was just an attorney.
Hmm.
That's when Laura sees me. She kind of looks
Mm.
over her shoulder, does a double take, and she goes fucking wild. Oh my God, Becky, what are you doing? You could have talked to Scott first. And I said, I tried talking to Scott. It didn't work out. That's a fucking lie. You're over there talking to Moxon. And I went,
I heard about
Moxon?
this.
Yeah, I went,
That
Moxon.
you were
Yeah,
canoodling with Moxon. Oh my god.
yeah, that I was out there talking. So when she said Moxon, I was all like, where the fuck is this Moxon guy, right? So I looked at her and I had this look like, what the fuck are you talking about? I said, Moxon. And then she went, the DA. And I said, oh yeah, I talked to the DA. Yep, I sure did. I went back there and talked to the DA.
Hmm.
Good.
Um, But when she said Moxon, she kind of waved her hand towards his side, and that's when it clicked. Click, click, click. And I went, holy
Uh,
fuck, that's Moxon?
hmm.
I don't know why I was expecting this, like, I don't know. I was expecting, like, this real big presence of a man, Moxon.
Because he
Um,
Yeah.
sounded like that.
yeah, I don't know. I just expected him to be bigger than life.
Yeah.
Moxon, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, this everyday looking guy is Moxon? This is the son of a bitch that has, he looks like an everyday person.
Yep.
Hmm.
Nothing
The
spectacular
boogeyman.
about him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, so I just thought, what the fuck? So Laura's still yelling. Um, then she kind of got closer, and out of nowhere, Tanya comes and puts her hand and herself between me and Laura.
Mm.
And she says, you're not going to talk to her or yell at her or touch her. She said something. I'm still in fucking shock. Moxon? Oh my God. This gigantic of a personality turns out to be this little pipsqueak. Now, don't get me wrong. He's tall. I mean, I remember him being tall. I don't even know if I would be able to recognize him. I'll recognize Jennifer's eyebrows. I don't know if I would even, unless he's wearing the same light green suit. I don't know. Um, so
I'm picturing eyebrows walking alongside a light green suit now. Nothing else, just
Who
eyebrows
wears
and a light
light
green
green, by the
suit.
way? Who wears light green to court? I mean, dang.
That
It's
was Mux, and he
California.
had like a light. I think it was like a light green suit. I don't know why green light suit came on. Do you remember The Mask? You know the movie The Mask
Oh yeah.
Oh,
with Jim
yeah.
Curry?
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, that's kind of how, I don't know why I pictured Moxon like that. Like this huge green, I don't know, like a huge green presence. Kind of like alien. I don't know. What does it say? Becky, I'll be doing my last panel on my live stream through StreamYard next Wednesday at 4 p.m.
First panel.
NA, California, time in
Cool.
California City. Do you want to be my guest? I would love to have you. Eric, Wednesdays, I'm so sorry, my love. It's probably the only other day that I work, Wednesdays and Saturdays. Um, I can try. That's very, very sweet of you. And why is it your last panel? Oh,
No,
your first
first
That's the
panel.
panel.
first panel.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, Rebecca. Anywho.
I'll try to
Yeah,
film it.
so um now there Laura keeps shouting, and I'm like, and I said those words that you never say to anybody when they're that agitated.
Uh-oh.
But I looked over my shoulder and I saw the bailiff from the courthouse that we had just left come out. So I look at Laura and I said, Laura, calm down.
Mm.
Mm.
And you can only imagine how that went.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I said, everybody is watching. The bailiff is watching. I don't give a fuck if the bailiff is
Mm.
watching, blah, blah, blah. And I said, I stepped back at that point because I'm like, oh no. She comes swinging, she's going to end up going to jail.
Mm.
And not
Mm-hmm.
because that's what I would try to do, but you're doing
Right.
something in front of the court officers, Even
Mm-hmm.
if I would have said, no, officer, I don't want to press charges, I don't think I would have much of a. You think they're not going to jump on that shit?
Yeah.
So I took a step back. She's still yelling. Everybody's yelling now.
Mm.
And this tiny little bailiff comes and he's all like, kind of talking to us. And I took a step back. Laura went to the elevator by then. Jackass was sitting there laughing his head off. Of course he was
Uh-huh.
fucking enjoying it. Of course he was enjoying it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Um,
that's where his story about you talking to Moxon comes
Yep.
from, because Laura misspoke
Yep.
and he just took it
Mm-hmm.
and ran with it. Boy, what a
Yep.
surprise.
Well,
And then I'm
no.
sure she added to it.
Mm-hmm.
We left out. I was gonna hit the elevator button, wait for them to go down, because I'll be damned if I'm gonna go down in the same elevator as those
Yeah.
two, and Ashley, because Ashley was also there.
Mm-hmm.
Ashley didn't say anything to me. She just told Tanya. I heard her say, Tanya, what happened to you? And so
Mm.
again, that led me to believe that she was still supporting Scott. And so,
Mm.
at least up until a short time. Um, so I'm about to press the elevator door, and the bailiff says, no, no, you guys walk over there. So, what is the question? I'm sorry, I have to look at it. What a low life. He doesn't even care about the effects. Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
And I said this before. When I saw them at the courthouse, she sat behind him and not next to him, even though Dodge had already left. Got
Mm.
up and left. She sat behind him. I wasn't like I saw them holding hands and being lovey-dovey or anything like that.
Yeah.
But she was talking to him afterwards. So, anywho, They go down. The elevator opens up, but they they left White Snake behind. Because the bailiff got in the elevator. Um, and he had no more room, so he had this like, holy shit, I'm left behind look, which I thought was fucking hysterical. And I'm all like, oh, oh, da-dun, da-dun. So, again, all this confusion, yelling, you know that what that does to a person that is already hyper,
Yeah,
focus on
hypervigilant. Yep.
something. Yeah, hyper vigilant, hyper focus on her safety. So I said, fuck this shit. I need to get the fuck out of here. So
Yeah.
White Snake got left behind. And I'm all like, I don't give a fuck about you. I need to get out of here. So I went into the elevator. And he has this look like, is it safe to go in there? And I just laughed. I laughed and I'm all like, what? Like, am I going to beat you up here or something? So he gets in the elevator. We go down, we go down to the main floor and he has this look like these bitches left me. Like these bitches left me, and he had this big old smile in the elevator, not like like
Menacing or
como
anything. Yeah.
no, not like that. He had this look like sorry, I'm just here for the ride look, which completely disarmed me. I'll be honest. So we're now on the main floor. What is
What in tarnation?
tarnation? Oh, what is tarnation? I'm sorry, Afila. I'm telling you, I'm blind as a
I
fucking
missed it. Hold
bat.
on. It was this because I'm like,
Hey, your
it's
host is sleeping. Maybe
a
time to end the stream.
No, she gave me a link. She should have known better.
I know.
Anywho, well, you guys saw what happened outside after
I
that,
Rochelle.
and
Yeah.
hey, guys, you guys saw what happened after that, and apparently, I talked to Moxon. Little does he know that I dumped Alonso for Moxon because Moxon was higher up the bridge. Yeah. I have officially gained OT9 powers because I
Uh-oh.
became a 2-minute Scientologist by
OT9.
osmosis. Yeah. I went straight up to OT9, right up there. Yep, I'm giving my 2 hours, and you're here for it, Rochelle. Damn it.
Oh, God.
I love these people. They sure love to fuck with me.
Yes, Becky. Earlier I was telling them the story about how the first time you allowed super chats, and how you and I had talked about how I was going to phrase it about you needing a new custom bra, and
Yeah.
that's
Oh,
exactly what
God,
I
yeah.
do the whole time.
Yes, I saw that.
That was hilarious.
I was like, I'm gonna kill her. She's going to be the first mod I kill.
There's only like 5 people listening, so don't worry about it.
No, it was funny. Right. It was just funny. I'm I don't show my fear a lot of the time.
Oh,
A lot of
yeah.
the time. I don't
Yeah.
like showing my fear.
But it
Um
can be
Yeah,
very unnerving to have someone come at you like that.
for sure.
I saw him coming at me when I was already outside. And my thought with the other one that was there, um, People kept
Mm,
telling me in my chat that she was looking for me. Now, me and her never had a bad interaction. We never had
It's okay,
any.
Rochelle. Good night.
Good night, Rochelle. Yeah, I'm in my
good
third
night,
block.
Rochelle.
And so when they said she was looking for me, and then I see her filming me, and then I see her kind of, you can. So I was like, I never had any ill will with her. So I went over there. Oh, actually, I was already on my way over there because I remember I was gonna sit down to call the Uber.
Yeah.
So then I see her over there, and I'm like, "Hey, hello," and she's like, oh, "What are you doing here? What are you doing
Hmm.
here?" um,
I don't snore. I swear.
uh,
Hmm.
what is
We'll
it?
find
You don't.
out.
Okay.
Eric had said, "Sleep stream with Ken will be soon. We'll hear her snore."
Yeah, that's what you get for sending me a link.
I know. It's okay.
Anyways, I see you're tired, so I'm gonna let you two go
I
belly up.
need to wrap this up. I do.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I'm about to
I
burn
do
out.
Becky,
too. I had already
Becky,
taken my gummies.
yeah. Becky, thank you so much for coming on and telling us
Oh,
though, because we never really got to hear the full story from beginning to
uh,
end.
Mhm.
yeah. I
And of
mean, it
course,
is what
so
it
much of it
is.
has been distorted. So,
Of
yeah.
course.
Oh, that's why I tell you guys that I don't care what he says. I care
Nobody
about
does.
it,
We
but I
Yeah.
shouldn't.
do care about you guys and actually him or people thinking that I was talking to Mox, and I can only imagine that if
Honey,
one of
I
the
didn't believe that for a minute.
no, but you
No.
know what? That always kind of leaves. And then Dodge went out there and said that he confirmed, but when I
I
questioned
don't
him, he
listen to
couldn't.
Dodge anymore. He's said
No.
Uh,
shit. I just don't.
but to
I
me,
don't
it was my main concern is him planting that little seed of doubt.
right.
And it's
I get
like,
it.
no. And now, once I've said, no, I didn't speak to him, and people want to still believe that lie, then you know what? Then obviously you don't know me well enough. What does it say?
I'm
Yeah.
not high. I'm just a little toasty.
The
Uh,
see, the thing is, Becky, that I think most of us who have watched you long enough know that if you had spoken to Moxon, you wouldn't have known who he was, and you might have just been your social self and said, "Oh, hello, have a nice day," or
Uh,
something like
if I
that.
would have done that, I would
Exactly.
have admitted it. I mean,
Yeah.
I would have been like, I didn't know who he was. Yeah, hell yeah. I told her eyebrows were really cute,
I
dude,
would
Yeah.
you need a
love to
better
talk to
color on
Moxon
you.
if
That
I
one
got
makes,
the chance.
yeah, I mean, now that I know who he is, I'ma be like, so you still protecting Scientology, eh? But anyways, as you can tell, I already took my gummies and I'm actually slowing down. This is the slow Becky. Can you just
I
imagine
don't
when
get
I'm
gummies in
on?
Texas.
Oh my goodness.
I have to do the old fashioned way.
Uh, that the gummies are the only thing that and it's not even a full gummy. It's a half a gummy. It
Mhm.
does what the Benadryl can't do because they had me on
Uh,
Benadryl for
with
the.
fibromyalgia, I wish that stuff was legal here. I
Mhm.
wish.
Yeah, no,
I
it,
mean, it's
it, it
it's
does.
legal here. It's just damned expensive. So,
Yeah, I
Mm,
can see that too.
mm.
yeah.
I got a place where I go and the vape is, I keep saying gummies, but it's really one of the vapes. It's a tiny vape.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That one's $10. The gummy, the one that I tell you that I do take half of it. Not every night. I rather use the vape.
Mm-hmm.
I take one puff of the vape and it's like, okay, I'm really feeling it now. And
And
it just relaxes me enough to go to sleep.
Yeah.
I get so little sleep, it's ridiculous.
No,
Mm.
you need it because then your mind just really turns to mush. Trust and
Yep.
believe.
Yeah.
I know what you
I
mean.
that anxiety that I had about 3 and 4 years ago, I think it was about 3 years ago, was so bad. I would be up for 3 days with my head just spinning.
I've been there.
And I'm gonna tell
Yeah.
you, I didn't know if it was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, because I saw the same fucking sunrise and the same fucking
I have
sunset.
some of that. 5 hours.
It will help.
We're at five
Anyways,
hours and 45 minutes. 44 minutes. Yeah, that makes
that's how long you
Yep.
guys have been on?
Yep.
Oh
yeah.
shit. Well, I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
let you guys go. Good
It's
Yeah.
been
night.
a long time.
Take
We had
care.
a lot of stuff to catch up on.
Oh, we need
All
to
right.
do
Good night,
this
Becky.
again. Have a great
We
night,
do.
guys. Take care. Bye,
Yes.
everybody. Stay
Bye, hon.
safe. Happy
Bye.
4th. Bye. Or 5th now.
Bye. See you
Bye.
Monday, Becky.
Okay.
We'll be
I'll
watching.
put my alarm on. Bye.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good night. Yeah, I'm fading. I need to
Oh,
go.
gosh. Yeah. I couldn't
All
tell it
right.
all, Kim.
I know. Maybe I'll go get some good sleep before I have to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
No, it'll be
All
cool.
right. Well, thank you for doing this. Get to thank Texas weather.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, pray for those people down south because, man, the flooding down there is
Yeah.
horrible. Last I heard,
Yeah.
the heart wrenching part was the girls' camp. They're missing
Good
23
night, Becky. Yeah.
So, you know,
Yikes.
give
And
your prayers,
Florida,
whatever.
yeah. Tampa was getting hit by a pretty vicious storm, and it
Oh,
was headed for Clearwater.
oh, I didn't know.
So, yeah.
I didn't even know. I just know it had rained for 2 days. That happens. And then I go on YouTube and holy crap,
Mm-hmm.
the Guadalupe River just wigged
Yeah.
out, took everybody out. So
Mm.
before I go to sleep, I'll probably check on that a little bit, see if they found anybody. But
Well,
that's
don't fall
disaster.
asleep at the computer.
I'll try not to.
Yeah.
Just saying, I'm gonna go in there and crash the heck out. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be great, Afila.
All right.
Good
Well,
night.
definitely let
And
me
thank
know,
you.
Sheila.
Well, have a good day.
It's 4 a.m. for me, so not quite day yet.
I have all notifications set for you anyway, Afila, so I will watch out for it.
All right. All right. I'll see y'all tomorrow, maybe. So good night, everyone.
Okay,
Thanks
good
for hanging
night. Get some sleep, Kim.
Yep, I'm going.
Okay. Good night, and
night.
thank you again.
Bye.